Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Or she found out?
I object.
What more do we see?
Good Friday morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Words are hard, guys. Words are hard. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me today. It's a long time to see us in court. Oh, greeners. I've got a couple things I have to say. First of all, greeners, congratulations. You won chat today. And not only did you win chat, greeners, not only did you win chat, you did something that no one has ever been able to do in the more than a year and a half that we've been a channel. And that is, you were first in chat with a super chat, which means not only did you have time to load the live stream and mash the keyboard and hit enter, but you also had time to click the button and select something and put a comment in and get it to process through before anyone else. That is an accomplishment. I know you've tried many times and you've been very close, but this time, my friend, you have exceeded. You've gone above and beyond. I don't know if this has ever happened in the history of YouTube before. Greeners, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for being first in chat as well. Good morning. I am, as you can see, my studio is still all right here, and just full disclosure, by about 3:00 this afternoon, almost everything needs to be packed, and I don't know exactly how that's going to work, but let's see. Oh my goodness. Andy Lane says, very special birthday to my son, Keegan. He's 11 today. He has autism and is obsessed with watching your channel every day with me. Keegan, today is Friday, but today is also your birthday. Keegan, that is awesome. 11 years old. Let's see. I have a daughter your age. And man, what a fun time of life. What a fun time of life. And that is awesome that you have autism. That is great. I love that. I hope today is very, very special for you, Keegan. And one thing we're going to do to try to make it specialer is we're going to sing to you, Keegan. So we're going to add you to the birthday list, and we will sing to you as we get ready to sing to everybody who has a birthday on your day. There are other people who have birthdays today too, and we're going to sing to all of them. Keegan, happy 11th birthday. That is really awesome. I'm so glad you get to watch with your mom. That is really cool. That's really, really cool. Debbie, you'll miss me only for a day or two, and I'll be back. I'll be back next week as soon as I arrive. We're setting up all the studio at the Airbnb, and we'll be doing the same thing. Just, I hope they have a desk. I hope they have a desk at the Airbnb I'm going to, because otherwise I'm taking the kitchen table. I'm just calling dibs right now. I'm just like, I need the space. I've got all this stuff. It needs to go somewhere, and kitchen table is where it's going to be. So if we can make sure we got Keegan on the birthday list, that would be awesome for today. Andy Lane, thank you for sharing that with me. That is really, really cool. Let's see. Couple other things. There's a couple membership milestones that I need to recognize. MCAT member for 18 months. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, MCAT. I love the I do what I want profile picture. That is great. Thank you. One of our OGs, 18 months. Excellent. Coordinator Kitsoon. Did you change your name? I don't remember coordinator being on there, but woo, 6 months. Just stopped in to say hi at a con. See you guys on Tuesday or replay. Have fun at your convention, whatever it is. I'm curious now. What conventions are happening? I think there's one in Amsterdam. I wish I was in. And no, it's not that type of. No, it's. I think it's the broadcasters, like the TV one, the one for people who like all this gear and stuff like that. I think that's going on in Amsterdam. I'm not there, obviously. Thank you, Coordinator Klaus. Congratulations on 6 months. Love that yellow courthouse by your name. Regina Crawford, 1 whole year. It's been a blast. Regina, today is the day. Thank you very much, Regina. And you get the orange courthouse as well, which is a huge upgrade. It looks great. Cab, happy Friday, or should I say in honor of the HEB, HAB. So this would be CAB. Happy Friday. Happy 10 months as well. Love the pooch in the picture. Let's see. Zimmy from the bus stop, member for 10 months. Shout out to Keegan. Happy birthday. Zimmy, thank you for using your anniversary message to recognize Keegan's birthday. That's really cool. Jamie C, member for 15 months. Don't forget Friends, No Pants Friday. Yep. I see a lot of you have them on. Please follow the Friday rules. 15 months, Jamie. Thank you. I have shorts on right now, so that's my moment of truth. I have to say that now because I might have to get up and start packing stuff as we're sitting here. Tinez, it's my birthday, 27th, and wedding, 28th month. Wow, double. It makes it easy to remember both, Tinez, when you have them on the same day. That's why I got engaged on February 29th. Honestly, I did. Proposed on February 29th. I only have to remember once every 4 years. The flip side of that is because it doesn't happen very often, I usually forget. Yeah. I thought I had a good plan, but it didn't work that way. But Tinez, thank you for your 13 months of support. Let's see. We have a birthday or a buffer in here right here. Let's see. We've got Sheepy for UK, Denise, Grand Peeners. I love Grand Peeners. Harry, Jean, Spencer, Keegan. Was there one other? Who was the one we just barely read? Can we add one more? The one we just barely read to that? I've got the memory of a goldfish, so it's like it was in my. I said it, and now it's out of my brain. If we can do one more birthday wish. Teresa Super says, update on this AC. Yes. I'd like to think that I fixed it. But in doing so, I have to admit that I had a lot of people helping me. And between when it wasn't working and when it was working, I don't know what I did that changed it. So with that caveat, I will tell you that I fixed it. And I'm also starting my own HVAC repair company called Elefino HVAC, because you need a repairman who is as smart as an elephant and as stubborn as a rhinoceros to get to the bottom of your AC problems. So call the one repair company that has both the elephant and the rhinoceros traits instilled in every technician, which is only one right now. It's Elefino HVAC. And when you look at your AC or your heater or whatever it is and it's not working, just let's say Elefino and we'll be there to fix it. So let's see. Greeners is, I figured this was a relative of yours. Your grandpa's 92. That is awesome. Okay, so let me make sure I've got all the names in here. Okay. I need to type them out because I need them all on one chat.
If I didn't, I would lose my mind.
Because I can only have one chat on the screen at once. So Sheepy. Is it Sheepy for UK or Sheepy? Sheepy for UK. Denise. Gotcha. Grand Peeners. Harry. Jean.
Alex stole it as well.
Spencer. It's going to be a two-verser for sure. Keegan, who's 11 today. And the last one was Tinez. Is that right? Did I miss anybody? Before I sing. Before I sing, let me know. And by I sing, I mean we sing. You know that. As long as it's still working. It's 71 degrees in the house, which is my preferred. Well, it's as low as I can get my temperature to be. It's 71. I think that's everybody. Are we ready to sing? And by we, I mean, are we ready to sing? I mean, Keegan's celebrating a special day today, so we've got to sing our look at this. Keegan, in honor of your birthday, my kids made me muffins and scrambled eggs, and looks like I got a little mandarin orange or tangerine on there as well. I'm not sure what the difference is. Did I add Tinez? I've got Tinez added as well. Okay. So here's the one we're going to use. Boom. There's our list. There's our birthday list. So as we get ready to sing, everyone, I want you to stand up, roll your shoulders back a little bit, just like open up the chest so you can take a deep breath. Fill your lungs. Let it just fill your whole diaphragm. Exhale. Okay, keep that posture. Now, blend your voice with those of your neighbors. Stand up, deep breath, project to the back of the room. Warm up with me, if you will. La, 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 la. Excellent. Excellent. We're all ready. Dancers are at the ready. We're going to sing to Sheepy, Denise, Grand Peters, Harry, Jean, Spencer, Keegan, and Tinez. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sheepy, for you. Okay, Denise, Grand Peters, and Harry. Happy birthday to you. Okay, that was first verse. Next verse is going to be Jean, Spencer, Keegan, who's 11, and Tinez. Here we go. Little interlude. Ooh, starting the kicks already. Dancers are looking good. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jean, Spencer, Keegan, and Tinez. Happy birthday to you. To everyone who's celebrating a birthday, I know I'm emphasizing Keegan, but man, you're only 11 once, and most of you have been 11 already. So you guys know what a special your birthday that is. Have a happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could be with, but you've chosen to be here with us. The privilege of pleasure is all ours. Hopefully we can make your day just a little bit more special-ism. I think that's a word. It is now. Happy birthday. Help yourself to free pancakes. In my case, I've got a blueberry muffin and some scrambled eggs. This is all the food we have left in the house. We've organized this perfectly because we don't want to go on vacation and have food go bad. So we've eaten, I've got 2 avocados I have to eat for lunch. and then we've got all our food packed that we're going to take on the trip. So I don't know how we're going to keep it cold, but we'll figure that out in the car, I guess. Happy birthday. Thank you. The music stops, but the party does not stop. We're so close to the drum solo. I don't want to turn it down yet. Let's keep the music going. There we go. Go. Last verse. Oh, fireworks. Megan, they look amazing. Drumsticks at the ready. Beautiful. I have to say that might be one of our best performances ever. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating a birthday. As we get ready to teleport, you know what? I'm missing my remote control. I found it. It was hiding behind my computer. I was going to say, as we get ready to teleport to Judge Boyd's court, which is not, I don't think it's live yet. Hang on one second. Boom. I think she's got just a minute. Where's your channel, Judge? There it is. Yeah, she's not live yet. I think she's live in about half an hour, so we've got just a few minutes, which is good because we have a few things to talk about. Oh, my goodness. Latest and greatest in the Tucker Franklin case. He's no longer pro se. I just saw a document that came across right now that was part of this. Notice of appearance, plea of not guilty, waiver of arraignment, demand for discovery. The undersigned counsel hereby files this notice of appearance, which waives arraignment and enters a plea of not guilty in the above cause and demands discovery. That Marla Levenstein Marla Levingston is now representing, and this is only appropriate because her office is on 310 Franklin Club Drive. So she's already Club Franklin. So she's representing him in his upcoming trial down there in Key West. Abigail, I don't think anyone's covering Delphi because I thought the cameras were removed from that courtroom. I don't think anyone's going to be there. I don't think the judge allows it. Let's see. Maybe I think this is a good move. Honestly, Franklin Tucker, smart guy, amazing guy. I think he did very, very well as a pro se defendant. Obviously, he did not get convicted as a pro se. That's a good start, right? But at the same time, I think this is the better move because he will be able to assist his attorney quite a bit. Phone's going. Let's see. Buzzing and buzzing. Let's see who it is. It's trying to connect. I think it was Amber, but it's not connecting. Amber, I think it's on my end. Sorry, but you might have to try again. The eggs are delicious. Oh, she's trying again. That buzzer is just like... Amber, how are you doing?
Are we having operator error issues today?
I'm just
Don't
checking.
take my wrench. I'm sorry.
I'm live. What did I do wrong?
You didn't do anything wrong. I was trying to type in mod chat the details for Franklin Tucker's case, not Tucker Franklin. But I couldn't get it typed out fast enough. So he is not forfeiting his pro se status. From what I understand,
standby counsel.
He is not standby counsel necessarily. The attorney will end up will end up withdrawing once the other motions are heard. But Tucker ended up doing a motion for transcripts for cost. He is pro se, but he is indigent. He can't afford, one, his own attorney, or two, the cost for transcripts. So the counsel that's been appointed to him was first the public defender's office. They filed a motion to withdraw because of conflict with the Rory case. And then that escalated to the regional conflict, civil and criminal conflict counsel. They have also withdrawn because of a conflict with another party in this case. So it has fallen to Levinson. Is that what it is? I forget. But he is not keeping the attorney for trial. The attorney is simply there to represent indigent status, from what I understand.
That may be the most confusing update I've ever heard, Amber. And it's not your fault. Okay? This is the case. I'm not saying this is on you. I've never heard of a pro se being represented by an attorney.
That's why I was frantic trying to. Right, and I sent you just the other day. I sent you a bunch of filings in his case. Some are even handwritten motions, kind of like Sarah Boone.
Nice.
So we have some stuff to catch up on that if or when you're ready to do that, which I think might bring some clarity, hopefully, possibly, to what's happening. But who knows?
Remind me of the dates.
Spoken to Lauren.
Remind me of the dates. Lauren Janai, you're talking about his wife.
Correct.
Remind me of the dates. When is this going forward? Is it early in August?
Well, the hearing was canceled yesterday and was moved to today.
Ooh.
So there's apparently a hearing today. So I'm trying to keep an eye out for alerts to see if it's going to be broadcasted.
See if it's covered. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So when I have more...
You'd think a cameraman would want to hang out in Key West. I mean, if that gig was open, I'd be like, yeah, send me Key West. Yes, I'll go.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the updates. Thank you. We'll.
You're welcome. Once I have a better understanding of what's happening, other than that, that's not quite so confusing, then I'll let you know. But so far, that's what I got.
I've got to say, I'm confused because I don't believe you can have counsel file notice of representation and maintain pro se. That is, I've never heard that being able to be done before. So I can see, like,
I haven't either, but I'm still I was literally in the process of chatting with Lauren, getting details.
Okay.
So she's probably messaged me already with more details, but you were saying he's no longer pro se, and that's not necessarily true from what I understand.
So it sounds like
So
he
I'm
will
trying to
be
correct
pro
it
se in trial, but there is an attorney currently for limited purposes that is doing some work for him.
Correct, because of his indigent status and the need for trial materials.
So this would be like
have hefty costs.
This is what Sarah Boone needs, honestly. She needs a lawyer on the outside to help get ready for court, and then I guess she's going to be pro se. I don't know, but I guess she'd have to hire this one because she's lost her right to a court appointed lawyer. All right. Thank you very much, Amber, for the very confusing and timely update. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let me know what else you hear.
As I know more, I'll let you know.
Sounds
and
good.
I did send you the latest Karen Reed document. The state filed a notice of disclosure.
Is it good?
Yeah, you should read it.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. You sent it on chat, direct chat, or what? There it is.
On chat.
Oh, then I have to look through, scroll. State notice of disclosure. Got it. Okay. We'll look at that before Judge Boyd starts. It's not too big. It's 2 pages. All right. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate your help as always. You and all the mods. Great work. Keep it up. Back to work.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, back to work.
All right. We'll see you, Amber. Bye.
Bye.
Love the mods. They're amazing. Amber does a lot of work for us, both on document side and as a mod. Nikki Zeebs says, because you're the best, Scott. Happy birthday, Keegan. Love that. Look at that, Keegan. You've got cake, party horns. I guess we'll have to do a party sound for that. You've got the streamers, balloons. Oh, I hope you have a wonderful birthday, Keegan. That's awesome. Although balloons aren't my thing on my birthday, Keegan. They might not be your thing either. I know sometimes balloons aren't as fun for some people as they are for others, but hope you have a happy birthday anyway. Holly Mack, welcome to the gallery. Love that you're with us with the Orange Courthouse, and then promptly gifted 5 memberships to let other people also be available in green. Thank you for your generosity. I'm intrigued. So hold on one second. I've got to see what's happening with the state notice of disclosure. Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. Is that the recycling truck? Did I just hear the recycling truck out here? That would be amazing because it's not supposed to come today. It did. It took our recycling. Yay! Sweet. It was so full. I celebrate the recycling truck, but in all actuality, my town does not recycle. We do garbage collection and then recycling collection, and the town takes both of them to the landfill. Kid you not. We pay extra for the recycling, but they don't do it. All right, Josh, you say you got a text from you as well. Just one second. Let me start with this one, if we can, before we jump to court. This is back to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Norfolk, Superior Court, Dedham, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Commonwealth's post-trial. Oh, hang on. I just switched this so I can actually read it. Commonwealth's post-trial notice of disclosure. Can you guys see this? Yes, let me take this off the screen. Holly Mack, sorry. Thank you very much. And Cheryl Gilmore, oh my goodness, gifted another 5 memberships as well. Josh, I'll check the burner in just one second. Let me read this. Thank you, Cheryl and Holly Mack, for your generosity this morning. Let's see. Now comes the Commonwealth in the above captioned matter and provides notice regarding the defendant's post-trial claims regarding the jury's deliberations on Sunday, July 21st, 2024, Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally received an unsolicited voicemail on his office's phone line from an individual who identified theirself as a juror by full name and seat number. This individual stated, "It is true what has come out recently about the jury being unanimous on charges 1 and 3. On Friday, July 26th, Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally received another unsolicited voicemail on his office phone line from this same individual who stated, can confirm unanimous on charges 1 and 3 as not guilty, and as last vote 9-3 guilty on the manslaughter charges. On the lower level manslaughter charges, the Commonwealth did not respond to the individual as the Commonwealth is ethically prohibited from engaging in discussions about the jury's deliberative process. Similarly, the Commonwealth received emails from 3 individuals who identified themselves as jurors. These individuals indicated they wished to speak anonymously. On July 16th, 2024, the Commonwealth responded to the emails by stating that the Commonwealth would welcome the opportunity to discuss the evidence or the Commonwealth's case. However, we are ethically prohibited from inquiring as to the substance of your jury deliberations. That would include your individual or the jury's collective thought process, the content of your deliberations, or the reasons for your decisions. It was further explained that the Commonwealth could not promise confidentiality and that the substance of any communications may necessitate disclosure to the defendant or the court. All 3 jurors declined to further communicate with the Commonwealth and provided no information about the jury's purported votes. Signed, Michael Morrissey, District Attorney, and Adam Lally in a little tiny flowery script. This is the post-jury version of Me Too. The jurors talk to us too. Wow. So that was signed not the same person, different person, by the way. Loving the trial with Judge Boyd. We're excited for this trial. I have to tell you, yesterday threw me a little bit for a loop. I have to repair my shed today. I have to pack everything I've got going today, and everything that I own basically needs to be packed today. I need to buy a trailer hitch lock and probably, I think, some chocolate milk because I've been that good. Those are all needs, by the way. And so I don't know how or if we'll be able to cover the entire trial today. I think I might have to take a little bit early off this afternoon and maybe directly over to Judge Boyd. So we might do that later this afternoon. But I wanted to give you fair warning. It's just the AC breaking down yesterday and me having to do all that. I just got so far behind on what I need to do. Corey May says, our justice system is the worst ever created by man, except for all the others tried so far. Professor A. Dershowitz. Thank you, R.A. Love the quote. The Commonwealth says they can't talk to them. They'd love to, but they can't. There were no specific dates and times. Is Judge Boyd case wrapping today? It might. It's been going a little bit slowly, just because there's a lot of sidebars, a lot of objections. But petrified, I want to pin this comment. I see Amber deleted Greener's seeks attorney. Amber, what did you do? You deleted his pinned message. He won the internet today. Congratulations, Greeners. We're going, Donnie's. We're all going. We're going on a trip together. Oh, I have to do a couple other things. I've got to activate LiveView, the bonded cellular encoder, so that anywhere we go, I will have a signal that I can push out to the internet. We'll be needing that for Corey Richens twice this month as well. See, I've worked out with KUTV News in Salt Lake City, the media pool situation up there in Park City. So I have all the cables I need. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. So we're going to start court. We're going to watch probably at least half a day of court with the judge, and then we'll be live Monday. I will be live intermittently Monday. I don't think we're going to live stream the whole trip. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? You can imagine why not on that part. But did I rent a big U-Haul? No. I've got to pack everything I own into one bin. Like, all these things go into one bin. Now, I'm not taking, like, the TV screen, so that doesn't have to go. But I've got tripods and things that do have to go. Karen, but not Karen. Not a Karen. All right, 11-month mark. Congratulations. Krista Johnson, member for 6 months. Enjoy your vacation. Travel safe. I wish I got more of a vacation. It's going to be more of a work trip for me. My family gets a lot of vacation. They're going to go every day. They've got things planned. They're going to museums. They're going to water parks. They're going all over the place. And I'm going to be at the Airbnb live with y'all. That's how it's going to go. And then in the evenings, I'm going to hang out with my family. All right. Enjoy your vacation. Travel safe. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. So I think I arrive Tuesday night or Wednesday morning. I don't know when I arrive. Or we're driving for 4 days. We start tomorrow. Justice for Grainer seeks attorney. Tisha, I wanted to hear about this. You were on a mock jury last night for a wreck that happened on the same highway in construction, and a person who was unalived. Crazy. That's like ripped from the headlines, Tisha. That is amazing. How did it end up in your mock jury? I'm curious. Of course, I can't find the answer. Enjoy the vacation. When's the wedding? The wedding's in September, Christine. So we have a month of visiting family and traveling around the West out there. Let's see. What if we don't show up? Will you be forced to vacation? Maybe. That's a possibility. We're actually not going to Lagoon. My family's not big on Lagoon. I realize Lagoon is Utah's version of Disneyland. For those that don't know, it's a amusement park with a lot of rides, big rides, huge rides. I would say I'm not sure about world class, but right up there. It's a quality venue. But it's just, I haven't gone since I was a kid. Last time I went, I had just donated blood, and I went on there's a little swing that has like you're in everyone has like chains that hang down to a little like airplane, and you control the rudder, and that's it, and it just spins around like a merry-go-round. But you're on these long chains, so you can control the rudder, and you can steer yourself up high, or you can be down low. And I steered myself as low as I possibly could, so I was making little narrow loops instead of being out, really spinning. And I just about passed out. I was literally on the floor of the thing, like blacking out, tunnel vision. I'm like, this is embarrassing. This is a kid's ride, and I can't hack it. It was bad. I didn't faint, but I couldn't go on another ride the rest of the day. I'm blaming the fact that I just donated blood. Let's see. They found the driver and the construction company at fault. Had to sign a NDA, so I can't give details because it hasn't gone to trial yet. Interesting. Please be wise and be safe. By the way, my apps keep changing routes without asking. Just be aware. Best to you and your family. Paper maps are great, just great learning tools. But I bet Mrs. knows that. Yes, and Judy, we're also the routes do change, and we're fine with that. But we're basically going from here to a hotel, from there to a hotel, from there to a hotel, and from there to our Airbnb. I think that's how it works. Would you ever do a meetup for the Utah people? Silly. I know a few of the people who are in Utah will be showing up at the Corey Richins hearing, and there are two. I think one is either on the 8th or the 9th, and then there's a 3-day hearing towards the very end of the month. I'll be there at both of those, so I might bump into a few of you up there, but I haven't planned an actual meetup. Gone for a month. What an adventure. Didn't know it was so long. Now all of Mrs. R.A. planning makes sense. Oh, I'll have to show you the book. It's amazing what she's done. I used to drive from East Tennessee back home to northern Utah to visit family. I would leave on Friday morning, get there by a Saturday afternoon. It was brutal. I pushed too hard. We're not doing that. We're not going to push too hard at all. All right. Let's see. We have quality hotels we're going to. We're going to keep our fingers crossed, but quality hotels, and we do a good inspection. Joey Girl, the weekends we're going to be together, and there are going to be Saturday activities I'll be with them for, and evening activities as well. Not passing through St. Louis. Well, hang on. Let me break out the Google map. Let's see, where did maps go? There we go. Give me just a second. We'll have the maps on the screen. Oh, I messed up. Okay. By car. That's what we're doing. Driving. Okay. Let me show you. There are a couple routes here. See this? I'm over here in Greenville, North Carolina. And we're going to swing up on the northern route. So I'm going to drag, we're not going through Louisville. We're going to go up here. There. I think that's our route. 2,228 miles. So we're going to go roughly up through West Virginia, a little Ohio, and then, a couple of the states around here as we go through Indiana. Let's see. Springfield, not through St. Louis. We're just going to go north of that. So we'll be in Springfield. It's the closest. It's a 33-hour drive. Looks like there's lots of construction along the way. Maybe a couple tolls as well. Probably up here in West Virginia area. I'm thinking there's some tolls. Maybe Ohio. Those are usually, most of the tolls are out east, by the way. And then we swing across through Nebraska. I know you guys can't see this very well. It's terrible, but and arrive in northern Utah. So that's our route, or a close approximation. I know there's a couple times where we're branching off a little bit, but that's pretty much it. Let's see. Unless we pass along the way, I'm headed to North Carolina next Friday. You're driving as many miles as it is for me to drive across Canada. Yeah, on the way back, we're going to swing south. I think we're going to go through the southern states, depending on the weather and everything else. But returning the same route. No, I think south. We're going to come back through Tennessee. So we'll try to. I don't know. We might go down through Denver, through Grand Junction, across Denver. I don't know. We might go. That might take us through St. Louis on the way back. Taminator, I'll just roll down the window and be like, "Hey," and you'll be like, "Hey," and that would be great. 70 in Indiana. Unfortunately, I'm not going to remember. I'm not going to remember as I'm driving. I'm just going to be focusing on the road. All right, just moments away from court starting with Judge Stephanie Boyd. So let's see if we can keep an ear to the ground there for that. Colorado's on fire. Oh, man. Bummer. Head north from Greenville to Greenersville. Lots of water and snacks, lots of stops. We've got everything planned out. I say we, but it was all Mrs. R.A. You don't pronounce it as Louisville. It's Louisville. Louisville. Fires in Colorado. Fun fact, I was a kid, and my family went on vacation to Yellowstone National Park. Amazing. If you've never been to Yellowstone, there's nothing like it in the world that I know of. It is an absolutely amazing thing. Other than the fact that it's spontaneously exploding right now, and you have to things explode that haven't exploded before in a long time. That's happening, so be careful. But not just for the wildlife, because part of going to Yellowstone is just seeing amazing, bison and bear and moose and elk and deer and wolves and things like that. They just can't see anywhere else. But we went as a family and we packed up in our old station wagon and drove up there. And it was the year that it burned. Like, you remember the year that Yellowstone burned? It was, when I was a kid, so it was a long time ago. But it burned very, very badly. And we were trying to, parts were open, parts weren't. And we ended up getting somewhere, and we went, and they closed the road. And we went to the other side, and they'd closed the other side as well. So we drove back, and we were locked within a barricade where they basically said, this part's going to burn. Nobody's going to be there. We're just letting it burn. And they had blocked off the road, and we could not get out. And luckily, a fire truck had come down and was checking something and saw us on the inside of the barrier and got the barriers moved so we could get our car out, and then that area burned. It was smoke covering the road. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. You'll remember because you'll be stuck in construction. It's awful. Heed the warning. I don't know how to avoid it. We're just going to go, and if it's construction, it's construction. The scenery is stunning. Looking down through some of those hot springs, those crystal clear hot springs, swimming at the swimming hole, the warm water swimming hole. Oh my goodness, that was so much fun. Let's see. 6 new fires this week up by Estes Park. Oh man, Boulder, Littleton, down by Gunnison. Be safe. Sure will. It's that time of year, unfortunately. It's hot. Download Waze. No, for 2 reasons. Waze tells you when there's police ahead. My phone does it as well. The Apple iPhone ties into the same network that Waze uses, I believe, to report speed traps and all that. I always look for the Continental Divide signs. Those are cool. Water on one side runs one direction to the Pacific, and the other side it runs to the Gulf. Let's see. Corey says, can you please explain the rapidly deteriorating message? I find it quite comical. Hopefully it's the intent. It is. What happens is when somebody says they'll be right back, I stole that little saying from a game that my kids play on the Amazon Alexa, where it's called Popcorn Tycoon. It's a free just voice game, and the goal is to pop more popcorn than anyone else. And so you just pop popcorn, and you can upgrade your popcorn poppers and things like that. And it's funny. It's a little British voice, and it's funny. But there's part of the game where you compete in a quiz, and if you fail the quiz, the robot that you're playing with gives you a consolation prize as a sign of their faith in the continuing dwindling relationship, because clearly I'm not as interested in getting the answers right as it was. So that's where I stole that from. It is supposed to be funny. Alita Lay driving 3 hours to court. That's brave, Alita, because we all know court can change at a moment's notice. So hopefully nothing changes there and we get to meet up. The cop feature is top tier. Love it. I love that as well. We're not going to speed. Honestly, I can't afford having speeding tickets in all these different states, nor do I want to go up to court if they make you do that. So we're just gonna let it be. All right. I think we might have court should be about to begin. I'm not seeing it. They start at 9? Are they going to start at 9? Not seeing Judge Boyd yet. You can set ways to alert you when you're going over the speed limit. Ooh. I like that. Eat your breakfast. I'm looking at, I've been snacking on the eggs. Like that. The name of the game, it goes like this. You just say, Alexa, open Popcorn Tycoon. And that's all you have to do. Read the long comment about Waze. You can also report all sorts of construction, bad weather, blocked lanes, objects on the road, car on shoulder, etc. I'm constantly reporting things as I drive because I want to look out for others. Lindsay, do you have an Android? I'm just asking. Because my iPhone has all those same features, and I think I get the same reports. Like the networks, I think, are tied together somehow. So how many of you are now playing Popcorn Tycoon? Sorry. I think it's funny. All right. You just opened the game on my device, says Mari HK. That's scary. It's funny. It's funny because it's completely harmless, but it's also scary. I mean, it's a good thing I didn't order like a year's supply of AA batteries or something. Popcorn Tycoon suddenly is like, in a sudden burst of popularity, on August 2nd, the game went viral. All right. Looking for Judge Boyd. Paging Judge Boyd. Still nothing from her. Oh, nope, that's still not it. That's an old one. I thought I had it. Paul Mac, you now have one frying pan. The frying pan is the slowest way to pop. You can get hot air poppers, you can get tumble dryers, you can get it's funny. It's just a funny game. My son pops. He's got like millions and millions of popcorn kernels. And when you pop kernels, you can then use the kernels to buy upgrades to your popping. And then sometimes it will make like a boom noise, and you're like, and when it does that, you have to say that same command that I just said that made everyone's activate. You say that again, and it's like, you have discovered the kernel of truth, and that's just the funny thing. It happens like once an hour. Told the jury to arrive at 9:30. We got some time then. They're viewing the cars at 9. Court is at 9:30. So the two cars, and these cars are absolutely smashed. Somebody sent me a picture of the truck. I have not seen a picture of the car. If you can send me the truck or the car again, if you have the pictures from this trial. This is the Alexander Alexander Castro trial. I'd love to see a picture of the victim's car, if you have that one as well. The kernel of truth. It's a corny joke. Yes, it is. There's so many corny jokes in this. It's so good. It told me to get back to get popping. Yes, we're going to we run power to our phone when we drive, so we're good. I'll have a couple Anchor batteries. McBurney's active. That's cool. Well, let's see if we've got some. See if Cedric Simpson's working this Friday while we wait. Oh, I wanted to share something. I've told you about a YouTuber that I follow that he catches blue crabs up out of Maryland in like the Chesapeake or something. He's just a really fun, nice guy. Apparently he has like some very mean enemies. And I don't know how this guy can have enemies, but he does, and he went out and he bought he's bought his dream boat for crabbing. Okay, this upgrade for a dream boat that would allow him to do more, better, faster, cheaper, all those things. He bought it, and the night he bought it, someone came in. He hadn't even driven it home. Someone came in and smashed every piece. They took they stole electronics and smashed everything, smashed the windows, just completely just destroyed his boat. And he couldn't even drive it home. And it was terrible. So I'm trying to follow that. He's got a new video he just launched, I think today, that is talking about that. But let's see. Judge Cedric Simpson is live. He's live. Let's see if we can go to Judge Simpson for just a minute. Hello, Melissa. Welcome. I'm going to eat my muffin while we wait for Judge Simpson to show up. The crabber's name is Luke McFadden. Luke McFadden, like Fadden, MC Fadden. I think that's what it is. First name Luke. This isn't quite as exciting as I hoped it would be. Yeah, it's terrible. Janet, it is so cool, isn't it? Here, I think we're down to 70 degrees, which is just amazing. All right, we're gonna hop to another court while we wait for the jury view to get over with. We're gonna skip. I don't think Young Thug's going to be any fun because it's like yeah, it's just quiet. All's quiet in Young Thug. No drama there. Ooh, we've got we haven't been here in forever.
You would probably be a candidate for our embezzlers group if we still had it. There's a connection between women and theft, retail frauds, repeated, and embezzlements, which has to do with other underlying trauma.
Mental health.
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, I checked myself into 2 mental hospitals regarding this.
Where was that?
One was in Battle Creek and one was in Detroit. I got there via ambulance. And I also, I mean, ever since then, I go to therapy pretty regularly. Like I have therapy today.
I want to know about all that. It sounds like you're addressing it. Let's set this for sentence for, are you available August 19th at 11?
For what?
Sentencing.
This is Judge Middleton.
I don't know. I'm also currently, I just have a new job and I'm still, like, I've only been there 6 weeks. So I'm still under what they call like a probation period. And I really don't want to lose my job.
Where are you working?
I'm working at Clerks and Eye Care in Three Rivers.
All right, well, we can set it for late in the day on a Monday, 4 o'clock.
I work until 5.
It's not a good day, August 19th.
All right, well, let's find a day.
And
what time do you get out of work?
On Tuesdays, I get out of work at 4, but Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, I get out at 5. Like that means I don't leave the building until 5:03.
Well, we're gonna have to.
And then Fridays,
take an hour off of work.
They close at 11. As far as sentencing go, though, like, do you mean like for
we'll come back for your second.
Let's take a look here. We'll try to. All right, let's set this for Friday, August 30th at 11 o'clock.
Okay. Is that the same day as the golf outing?
Oh, yes, it is. I don't play golf, but no one else will be here. So
we would be able to, if we wanted to go to the, be there like for lunch, we would.
Yeah, if I do usually go for lunch because I nominate the next president. All right, let's find a spot. What other day do you get out early?
On Tuesdays, I get out of work at 4. And I'm the new technician there. So like I'm working hand in hand with the eye doctor.
Paul, you'll be here anyway. How about Friday, September 6th at 11?
Yes, that's good.
You'll have to leave work a little early, but it won't be too disruptive.
What?
By that time, you will have had a pretrial in another case.
I think that he was wanting to talk about that right now.
He who?
Truckee.
Okay, all right.
If should I see if the court could bring you the file for that? If Attorney Truckee wants to try to ask you about
I've got it here.
Oh, okay.
It's a domestic violence case.
There's an issue, I guess, with the no contact provision with her husband that he's called the prosecutor's office trying to get that, or he's called the magistrate, I guess. And so I think Attorney Truckee wants to go on the record to that with that.
Oh, I have the file. Friday, September 6th at 11.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brooks. We'll see if Mr. Truckee wants to talk to me about the other case.
Okay.
Mr. Gibson, let me shift gears for a minute to free up the interpreter. Mr. Hughes, let's take your case. Good morning, Mr. Bello. Thank you for joining us on short notice.
Good morning, John. Thank you.
All right, the next matter we're going to address is People versus Eduardo Valdamas Romero. Is that you? Joining us this morning is Mr. Pablo Bello, who is a certified court interpreter, and he is going to translate for us.
Happy
Why don't you go
13
ahead and
member
translate
months,
that?
Holly Mack. Thank you very much.
Buenos días, señor. El juez está diciendo que yo soy el intérprete Pablo Bello y este es el señor Eduardo Aldama Romero. Aldamas, ¿no?
Senor Bello, will you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to the best of your ability you will interpret these matters from Spanish into English and English into Spanish.
Yes, I do.
And would you state your name, please?
Pablo Bello.
You say it better than I do. Bello. Beautiful, Pablo. Let me click into this file. Rhonda, we do have an interpreter with us now.
Okay, wonderful.
You were arrested on June 2nd, 2024, near Three Rivers.
Usted fue arrestado el 2 de junio del 2024 cerca de Three Rivers.
For operating while intoxicated.
Usted estaba bajo la influencia del alcohol.
Hang on. We're going to bail.
Yes.
We're gonna bail on this one just for a minute. We've got another one that Josh says is spicy.
Fields, Mr. Bird, Mr. Bird, can you make an argument as to bond?
As to bond, Your Honor, actually this for a capious. My client had a $10,000 personal bond on this matter. $100,000 personal bond on this matter. He appeared on July 5th, 2024, and the capious looks like it was from July 22nd, 2024. My client indicates to us that he was actually in the custody of the Detroit Detention Center. He was there about 80 hours and released. He was trying to.
We're going to back up a little bit. There was a spicy one we just missed, I think. Let me. Are we too far back?
All right, Mr. Bird.
Yes, Your Honor. We're just going to ask you to reconsider bond, Your Honor. As you see, he does have family support here, and they both are stating the same things. I don't want to put too many facts on the record due to the fact that I don't want to hurt him during this preliminary examination, but my client really feels a certain way about how this report is portraying him to be in this matter, and is only hearing one side of the story. Now, just to fill in a couple things, Your Honor. First of all, we have a complaining witness that also fired shots. Now, I right now, I know that'll be hashed out, but that could potentially, I'm not saying for sure, but that could potentially create a motive for the complaining witness to not always tell the true facts of the story. And what we have in here, and what from talking to my client, that's what's going on from my client's side of the story. Now, I understand it's your job to take both, to take what you got and what we give to you, and judge from that. But my client indicates to us that he didn't know this guy. He indicates to me that he didn't know this guy. He didn't have any reason to know this guy. He actually is the boyfriend of the guy's ex-girlfriend. It's not the opposite way around. My client indicates to us that he had no reason to be the first person to shoot in this matter. He indicates to us that he was dropping his girlfriend's sister works at a beauty salon up there. So how this report is making it makes it seem like my client was just pulled up, turned around, miraculously seeing him at a barber, seeing the complaining witness at a barbershop, pointed a gun out the window at the complaining witness, which my client indicates to us that that's not the fact. His girlfriend's sister has a hair salon up there. He said he didn't have any idea that there was a barbershop up there. His girlfriend's sister has a hair salon up there. He was taking his girlfriend to drop his girlfriend off at that beauty salon. That's where the complaining witness knows where that girl will be and has a problem with my client being with his girlfriend, who was a non-factor to my client because my client didn't even know that he was a factor in this situation or know this man until that day. And that's when the complaining witness was sitting up there waiting for him to drop her off at that beauty salon. I do understand it says he shot at her twice, but like my client said, why? What reason do I have to ever have shot at him in the first place? I didn't even know this man was a factor in this situation. And I understand this is like the report's one side of the story. This just our side of the story, Yana. So this just to fill you in on my client's position in this matter. Now, my client wouldn't have just made a U-turn to point a gun at him. He said, "I didn't even know this man. I didn't even know this man. This man starts shooting at me." And that's when that's how the altercation began. So it's not like my client was just out looking for the complaining witness, knew he was at a barbershop knew he was at a barbershop, found him at a barbershop, turned around and started shooting at him. My client has 9 assaultive priors. It doesn't. I do understand he is.
Mr. Bird, stop. What are the priors?
Carrying a concealed weapon, 2 carrying a concealed weapons, and possession of a controlled substance, Your Honor. And those are.
Well, you said 2 carrying a concealed weapons charges,
but from the same month in 2014.
Same incident. Okay, no, this is where I'm at. So this is where I'm at. To your point, Mr. Bird, you're right. I'm not the trier of fact. I only have one side of this story. But what I do have are allegations of a shooting. I have allegations of multiple incidents where individuals were shot at. I have a person shot, and I have a person before me convicted of 2 gun crimes. Now, I don't know the facts of this case. And quite honestly, they're going to be witnesses. They're going to be fact-finding and discovery. And, I don't have all the information in front of me. But my job setting this bond is to make sure that the community is safe. And if I've got allegations of multiple shootings, I've got somebody shot in this situation, I don't know any other way to make sure that happens right now without a high cash bond. And that's why the bond is set the way it's at. I don't take this report as facts. Neither do I take what your client is telling you as facts, because I'm not the fact finder. But as it stands right now, I've got a volatile situation, and that's why the bond that I set is going to remain.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for hearing me out, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mr. Williams, your next date is... Sorry, 1 second, sir.
Hold, please.
Your next date is going to be August 8th before Judge Sabri. And that concludes this hearing.
Man,
So can I question, what's the bond still at $250,000?
$250,000 cash or a shorty?
I don't need no G. I don't gotta get the tether.
I think there's a tether component. 1 second.
There is, Your Honor.
Yeah, there's tether house arrest associated with that as well. If you're if you do bond out. All right, that concludes the hearing. The gentleman that's at Division 2, can you tell me your name?
Matthew Fields.
All right, this is State of Michigan versus Matthew Fields, case 2405773-201. Today is the date set for a bond redetermination hearing. Appearances, please.
Emily Ragnan for the people, Your Honor.
Oh, then I think I might have lost Mr. Bird.
Sorry, Your Honor. Brandon Bird on behalf of Matthew Fields. My client waives his right to the formal reading, was advised his constitutional stay on mute.
All right. All right, Mr. Fields, Mr. Bird. Mr. Bird, can you make an argument as to bond?
As to bond, Your Honor, actually, this for a capious. My client had a $10,000 personal bond on this matter, $100,000 personal bond on this matter. He appeared on July 5th, 2024, and the capious looks like it was from July 22nd, 2024. My client indicates to us that he was actually in the custody of the Detroit Detention Center. He was there about 80 hours and released. He was trying to call. He indicates to us that he was trying to call his court appointed to reschedule, but for some reason was unable to get a hold of his lawyer, Your Honor. And by the way, he's 33 years old, has 3 children who he takes care of, lives with his aunt and his cousin, and also a bricklayer post-trade school. So my client is out here trying to better himself and do things to help his family also, Your Honor. So I don't believe him to be a threat to the community. I do understand these are assaultive allegations, but he was out on a personal bond due to this matter, and he was in the Detroit Detention Center. He indicates to us they was in the Detroit Detention Center due to an incident that he had with his aunt, but I'm not sure if he's charged.
It's the one they're charging. He was tethered to the house arrest with the aunt, and that's the basis of the allegations?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Bird. Do you have anything further as to this matter?
We're just asking for a personal bond in this matter. Allow my client to fight this out the confines of the county jail, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Ragnan.
Well, Your Honor, he has a domestic violence case that is pending for his aunt. He got upset with her. I'll just say that quickly, because she said, you took my charger and you've taken some other items. He got mad, went in the kitchen, took her in the kitchen and slammed her down on the floor, Your Honor. So he's been charged with domestic violence. That was on 7/21/24. But the more serious injuries, Your Honor, were caused allegedly by this defendant back on 3/1/24 when he was working.
Okay, so Mr. I'm sorry to slow you down, Mr. Ragnan. The domestic violence charge has been charged?
Oh yes, it's pending. Yes, pending right now.
Well, when I heard this a couple of days ago, we couldn't find the actual case, so I didn't know if it was charged or not. So that's where I'm at.
Moselle Conger. Welcome.
Can I have the case number, please, Your Honor?
I need the case number 2 if you have it.
Well, I didn't write it down, but I certainly can find it quickly, I'm sure.
Okay.
All right. Let me just take a second.
And I'm looking for it too.
Okay.
Everybody's looking for this case. Man, it's wonderful to have you here. You know, though, that you can never leave. It's a one-way door. We're friends. We're friendly, but we just don't let people go. Welcome. It's great to have you. We need to go back to the days of cat masks.
Computer so small.
I'm not a cat.
Failure. Great. Well,
I see a case, a DV case, but this is from like last year. It was signed recently, but I don't see a matter with a new offense date.
Okay.
But this is also involving Mr. Fields for an incident that took place.
I have it and I don't have it because of some reason it's saying error or so on, but I have an incident 7/21/24, but it was issued 7/26/24. That's what I have, and I just didn't write down the
When you say issued, do you mean was there an arraignment on that date? Because I believe that was part of our problem, and I'm sorry, because I know both of you weren't here at the initial arraignment on the capias, which I had, and we were looking at some of the dates involved with this, and we thought that the July 20th.
We're going to turn this down. We're going to turn this down for a minute. We're going to jump over to Judge Cedric's courtroom here in a minute. Zachary Wells gifted another 5 memberships. Zachary, thank you very much. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you. That's like 3 days in a row. You've done 5 memberships. I appreciate that. Quick hop over to Judge Simpson.
Good morning. Silo Farms versus Antoine Bailey.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rachel Dornbush, Palace Law, on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good morning. Antoine Bailey, they're here.
Yeah, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? You got a camera?
It's broke.
It's broke. Okay. All right. What's the claim in this case?
Total due with court costs, Your Honor, $3,081.38.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the cents.
38.
38. All right. Mr. Bailey, what do you have to say about that?
I do have a claim in with the DHS as well as the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, and I'm just waiting to get the approval for the information. So
gotcha.
Thank you, Josh.
Okay, because you've got an 08. Okay. So when did you meet with Ann Arbor Housing Commission yet, or you just submitted the forms to them?
Nope. So I submitted the forms to them earlier this week, and I actually spoke to someone this morning, and she said she would be working on everything today and that she would give me a call back sometime early next week.
Okay. All right. Given that program, and he may qualify for that program, I'm going to adjourn this out 1 week to kind of let that happen. Now, just so that you know, I think the cap on that is 3,000. Right. So you got to make sure that you've got the additional amounts. Okay. Okay. And there may be, I don't know, with your lease, there might be another late fee that clicks in before that point, Ms. Dornbush. Do we know?
Yes, there will be a late fee that I believe will assess 6.
On the 6th, it'll be $55.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So then the 81.38 plus the 55, just make sure that happens, because I think they don't pay until you have paid that balance. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Josh.
All right. So
Another
we'll
5.
squeeze you in next week on the 9th, August 9th, 2024 at 1 p.m.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're not applying for an SER though, right?
I applied for a SER, but they supposed to call me back at 1:00 today. So they told me to do both because Hawk sent me over to Ann Arbor Housing Commission. So they said whichever, or they will even split the cost.
Okay. So the thing that you have to do, and the reason I'm asking, Mr. Bailey, you can see your screen and you can see the QR code or the chat.
Yes, I see the QR code.
Okay. So what that does is that will take you to a form that you will need to fill out once you have the information regarding your SER, and that needs to be in the court by Wednesday of this week.
Next week?
Yeah, Wednesday of next week. I'm sorry.
All right, understood.
Okay. All right, very good.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, man. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Sile Farms versus Janelle Baker.
Paging Janelle.
Yes, hello.
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 How are you? Ms.
I'm here.
Dornbush? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Total with court costs $2,313.02.
Okay.
Still waiting for Judge Boyd to start her trial.
How are you intending on getting that resolved?
Yeah, I would, I can get that resolved. I can get that amount by early next week. I've been here 5 years. I've been at my place of employment. I teach at Washtenaw Community College. I've been teaching there 17 years, and I'm still teaching there. I'm reliable. I just got a little behind recently.
Okay, it's okay. I see now. I know you're a good person because I teach there too. So
I knew I recognized you, sir.
Right.
And so the last couple months, like I've been a month late and a little short, but I've been making payments. I've been still paying rent. I've still been paying it. I haven't stopped.
Okay, so so you're going to have, you think early next week you'll have the total amount?
Yes, I can. I'm going to call in all favors, all resources.
Okay. All right. So hang on a second.
Yes.
Okay. Judge Boyd just went live. So
you're in an 08 zip code. So there are funds available through the Ann Arbor Housing Commission.
Okay. I will get on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I don't know, depending on what you do and what your salary there is at Washington, I don't know if you'll qualify, but I would say I'd say to take a look at that.
Great.
And see.
Okay, we're going to jump to Judge Boyd here. Our case is just starting. They just had a jury view this morning. Man, let me see if I can send this. We got some screenshots of what the car crash looked like, and I'm going to see if I can pull this up on the camera for you and show you what the jury saw this morning, which is, well, it's a lot. Show and Finder. All right, this is the car, and I'll go off the screen here. This is the car that was hit, that the victim was in, and that's her. That's the victim in the picture. She just left her boyfriend's house, going home to take care of her dog, and was stuck in traffic at this construction area. And Mr. Alexander Castro hit her going about 90 miles an hour in a 45. You can definitely see why the attorneys would want the jury to go and see the scene, and just see what was left of the car. But it's just absolutely horrific. Just very, 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 very violent crash, which ended up taking her life. But the defendant is saying that it's not his fault. Yes, he was going a little fast. By a little fast, double the speed limit in a work zone at night, 2 o'clock in the morning. No testimony about alcohol has come in really, although they're going to talk about it first thing this morning. They're going to talk about him doing some sobriety tests on the side of the road, but that might be the limit of it. He says that the person to blame for this crash is the one who caused the crash up ahead, because if it weren't for them, then there wouldn't have been this backlog of traffic. Traffic wouldn't have been stopped unexpectedly. And also, secondary blame lies on the police officers, who should have done more to alert people who are driving up on this scene about the stopped traffic.
And Norma, Attorney Ramos, he sent a knock over, so I think it's somewhere in the system. It's already been approved, but there needed to be a correction to the travel permit. So if you can see if you can find that.
I admit I'm struggling to see the defendant's
Nolan
viewpoint
Ramos'
here.
attorney.
I don't feel that that's I don't think you can blame the police or the person who caused, even the person who caused the other crash was a wrong way driver, driving the wrong way up the ramp, and caused the crash. Nobody died in that one. Possibly because she wasn't doing 90 the opposite direction. But I am curious that had the investigation been done properly at the scene of the crime, which the defendant was at for 4 or 5 hours, it was a long time he was held there. Had it been done properly, there may have been evidence of his intoxication that might be more of a factor in this case than it is now.
All right, while the court reporter is setting up, I'm just going to grab some water for myself, and I'll be right back.
Judge, can you get me one as well? If you got any Deer Park, that'd be great.
What? Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jinjo. My camera, from my viewpoint, if I'm looking at my screen, this camera right here, it covers where I am on the screen. So I often don't notice if I'm missing. Lindsay, thank you very much. I saw the, I can't use the full video. We got some video from one of the cameras that was in court. One of the, I think it was Channel 11 down there, ran a news story on what happened. And they did film some of the body cam footage. So that story is out there, but it's covered with anchor talk. A news anchor talk, and I can't use that, unfortunately. But thank you. The picture I'm showing, and you've showed quite a few pictures, or sent quite a few pictures. The picture I'm showing was from that.
Excuse me, Norma. One of the cleaning ladies, she's having a slight issue, medical issue. So if you can open the door so she can sit down and rest for a little bit. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. These are perfect. These three are great. I appreciate that. Nice of the judge to bring me water like this. Yeah, thank you, Ozzy, for converting. For those of us who don't do don't do miles and do kilometers instead, metric 144 kilometers per hour. See, jury hasn't seen the vehicles, just judge and attorneys this morning. Judge hasn't decided if the jury will view. I think they should get to see it. I mean, this is key evidence. And it probably will solidify the case. But it was I think it was a Civic. A Honda Civic was what she was driving. He was driving like a Chevy pickup. Lisa, I'm glad you got a gifted membership. Congratulations. Good to have you here in green. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat in chat. It's one of the perks of being a member. Front row seat with all your friends.
Yeah. You want to leave them here? Yes, please. Thank you. Do you need anything else in the front door? No. That was it? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Norma. You're welcome.
We don't know why the driver was going the wrong way. We just know that in this part of the state, bars close at 2
Maria,
o'clock.
are you ready?
And so
Okay.
a lot of intoxicated drivers hit the road 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. All right, so Mocha is gone. We're gonna have to stop saying we miss Mocha. It's not coming back. Yeah. No.
Lindsay, do you have a copy? You sent me the truck picture, right? Before. Somewhere I'd seen a picture of his truck. Someone had sent it to me. Maybe it wasn't Lindsay. If somebody has the picture of the truck. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me see if I can send all these. Okay, I'm going to bring in this picture of the truck here. We're waiting for court to start. Okay, so here's the truck. It looks like it's a Ford. It looks like a Ford F-250. It's a big truck. He ripped the wheel right off the front there. You can see he rolled it pretty good. But there's the truck, and this is the car that he hit. Chief's Girl. Chief's Girl has sent me just a ton of pictures. I just need to transfer each one of them over one by one, or else it's going to show your number, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to dox you like that. So just one second. Chief's Girl down at the courthouse actually right now. I think it works in that area. I don't know specifically where, but has got pictures of the vehicles being brought in for the jury view. So let's give me a minute. We'll get these all loaded up so you can go through and see. We get a few more angles and understand a little bit how this looks.
Court is calling 2022 CR 11862, State of Texas versus Alexander Castro. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Yeah, you asked for a case hearing after the state.
Defense?
Very good, and Jasmine and Dave.
All right, are parties ready to proceed? All right, Deputy Laura, if you'll bring the jurors in, please.
All rise for the jury.
If you will bring the jury.
All right, everyone, please proceed. Please be seated. And I believe we are still on direct examination. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may proceed.
Detective Orta, getting back to what we were talking to you about yesterday, did you make the scene out on 281 North on July 22nd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And what were your duties when you went to the scene?
I helped out painting the road evidence, and also I checked Mr. Castro's eyes for, well, at the time to check if he was intoxicated.
And what test did you perform?
The horizontal gaze nystagmus.
And what is the horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
So it's a validated test, basically research done by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what are you looking for in the horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
I'm looking for possible signs of intoxication.
And what is nystagmus? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, nystagmus is basically jerking in the eyes.
And well, do you have any examples to give the jury?
So we all have nystagmus, but it's not easy to see with the naked eye. And it's basically what it does is like it has to do with something with the muscles of the eye, so the eye doesn't get tired. So horizontal gaze nystagmus, what it does is if someone's been drinking an alcoholic beverage or taking certain drugs, when we check the eyes, for example, for horizontal gaze nystagmus, what we have the person do at the time is follow a stimulus, which could be the tip of my finger or a pen, with their eyes only without moving their head, keeping their head level. And when they're following this stimulus from side to side, if they haven't taken any alcohol or drugs, their eyes should follow as if the windshield is basically wet and you turn on your wipers when it's raining, right? They slide easily. So it's the same thing. They just gaze from side to side. When they have been ingesting either alcohol or certain drugs, we call it lack of smooth pursuit because they'll start jerking to the side as they're following the stimulus. It's not a smooth movement, but you'll see the jerking of the eyes as they gaze to the side.
How many clues are you looking for when you're conducting let's call it the HDN test?
Yes, there is a total of 6 clues. So it's three validated clues per in that test, which are lack of smooth pursuit, distinct and sustained nystagmus and maximum deviation, and onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees. But in total you got to check each eye. So it's six total clues.
And how many times, so is it mostly you just moving the stimulus back and forth?
It should be, you hold the stimulus about 12 to 15 inches in front of the nose of the person and slightly above eye level so you can see their eyes clearly.
And how many times are you moving the stimulus past their eyes?
It's twice per eye. So you would start at the center, you check the left eye first. So when you start, you go left and then across, and then you come back. That's one pass. And it should be about 2 seconds, 2 seconds to go out and back to the center.
And is that when you're looking for a lack of smooth pursuit?
Correct. That is for lack of smooth pursuit.
And what's the next clue that you're looking for?
The next one is distinct and sustained nystagmus and maximum deviation. So same thing, you start with the left eye, but you instruct the person to, prior to that, you already instructed the person to follow the stimulus with their eyes only, not to move their head and keep it steady and level. So on this one, what you do is when you move the stimulus to the side, you held it there for a minimum of 4 seconds. So the eye has to go all the way out to the left. And if that clue is present, you're gonna see distinct and sustained jerking as they keep looking to the side. It has to be distinct and sustained for a minimum of 4 seconds, or else the clue is not there. And you do the same thing for the eye. You do it twice on each eye.
And then what would the final clue be?
The final would be the onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees. So on this one, you start again from the center, left eye. You check the left eye first, and you would move. It should take you about 4 seconds to get from the center to basically just before the shoulder. What you're looking for is to get the eye at an angle approximately 45 degrees, before 45 degrees. So usually, if you hold the stimulus 12 to 15 inches in front of that person, it should be about 12 to 15 inches to the side. So as long as you can still see when you're checking a little bit of the white on their eyes on this side, you should be fine. Because if you go all the way out, then you're no longer looking for onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees, but you're doing the distinct and sustain again.
And you've been talking a lot about the clues and what you're looking for when you're performing the test. What do you do before you perform the test on someone?
You ask some medical questions, basically if they had any head injuries, they suffer from diabetes or any other kind of, they had any traumatic brain injuries. What we do on the test is, prior to starting to look for those clues, I'll ask them I'll give them the instructions, look at the stimulus, don't move your head, keep your head steady. And the first thing that we do is, while I'm looking at their eyes, I'm looking for equal pupil size. As long as, if they don't have equal pupil size, that may indicate that they have a traumatic brain injury or some kind of medical illness. And then the other check that we do is, we check for equal tracking. So just like we did on this thing for checking for lack of smooth pursuit, when we have them follow the stimulus, we're making sure that their eyes are following, both eyes are equally tracking the stimulus. If not, that may indicate a medical issue that they may have.
Is it possible while you're checking someone and while you're trying to qualify them that they could have resting nystagmus? Well, what is that?
It is possible. That would be again something that may indicate a medical issue. Basically, resting nystagmus is as they're looking straight ahead to the stimulus, you'll see the eyes jerking up and down, just a little bit, but it's visible to the naked eye. So that may indicate that, or some kind of dissociative anesthetic drug that they may have taken.
And here in this case, did you ever speak with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And did you ever ask him any questions about any possible alcohol consumption?
Yes, I did. I asked him how much he had to drink, and as well as how the crash happened, I believe.
Did he ever tell you how much he had to drink?
He mentioned 4 to 5 beers.
And you said that he told you about how the crash happened. What did he say?
When I asked him, he said that he wasn't sure. He didn't see anything. He just felt his vehicle going up, like in the air.
And when you performed the HGN test on the defendant, what did you observe?
I observed only 2 clues.
Which 2 clues?
The lack of smooth pursuit.
And so what does it mean when you only see 2 of the clues?
So the person's not intoxicated.
Does it give?
Judge, can we approach clarification?
Yes.
Can you speak in the mic, please?
Trying to get the objection counter up here. Yes, we've now heard that alcohol may have been a factor.
1 second.
Pass the witness.
Ooh.
Right. Are you ready?
No, just 1 second.
Let's see what we got here. Oops, that's not it.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
Good.
Good to see you again. I've got a couple of questions I want to follow up on stuff you've spoken to the prosecutor about. So your role, I believe that you just testified that your role at the scene, because you're traffic investigation detail, right?
Yes.
So your primary role at the scene was to help map out road evidence, is that correct?
Help out with the road evidence, yes, sir.
So, and that involves between you and your team identifying marks on the road?
Yes, sir.
And putting spray paint on them?
Yes, sir.
And then identifying certain debris?
Yes, sir.
And then marking it, right?
Yes, sir.
And then if there's any skid marks, you identify that?
Yes, sir.
And so you're basically spraying the evidence at the scene?
Yeah, we spray it so it's easier for the CSI person to take pictures of the evidence.
Yeah, and so you didn't do any calculations based on your spraying of the road, right?
Correct, sir.
That was other officers.
Yes.
And you're not the primary officer for TID, so you didn't write a report at the time, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And the other thing that you testified to, I believe, would it be fair to say it was Detective Martinez who gave you some instructions and asked you to do some things?
Which he asked me to check his eyes.
Yeah, so it was Detective Martinez. Now, Detective Martinez didn't ask you, you're aware that Mr. Castro wasn't the only driver involved in that wreck?
Yes, there were vehicles that resulted hit because of his vehicle.
Yeah, that's right. Well, maybe, but that's not what I asked you. There are other drivers on the scene still, right?
Yes, sir.
Detective Martinez didn't ask you to check those out. Either of those two gentlemen, Peter or Paul Martinez or Paul Stefano.
I don't remember the names, but yes, yeah, she didn't ask me to check anybody else.
She only asked you to check him.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So you did that, but you were you aware that Detective Martinez had already checked him for horizontal gaze nystagmus?
Yes, she did mention that.
And were you aware, because they're called SFSTs, right? Standardized field sobriety tests, right?
Yes, sir.
And standardized, what does standardized mean to you, Detective?
It means that they need to be done the same way, so following the guidelines from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
That's right. And so it's got to be, so the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA, is the government agency that has promulgated or brought these guidelines and training materials on how to investigate these crimes, right?
Correct, sir.
And so it's standardized. So standardized means it's done the same here as it is somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And so it's standardized if you do it or another officer does it, right?
Yes.
So it's all done the same. So because one of the things you spoke about was you have to ask somebody what are called medical screening questions.
Yes.
Yeah. And you mentioned those. Now, were you aware that Detective Martinez had already asked Mr. Castro some medical screening questions before you did your test on him?
No, sir.
You weren't aware that Mr. Castro had told Detective Martinez that he had a traumatic brain injury?
Object to testifying.
Sustained.
Were you aware, or did Detective Martinez tell you that Mr. Castro had said that he had a traumatic brain injury in April?
Again, can object to testifying.
All right, that'll be overruled. You can answer.
No, sir.
No, you weren't. So, and because the testimony earlier was that, because there are some things, right, that you do, everything you do is done for a reason.
Yes.
Right. And the reason you ask medical screening questions, because there are some people who aren't good candidates for these tests, right?
If they have equal tracking and equal pupil size, no resting nystagmus, they are good candidates.
That's not, I know. But that's not, let's come back. So some people are not good candidates for these tests.
Yes.
For example, people who are over 65 years of age aren't good candidates for the balance test because they may not have good balance, right?
Correct.
People who weigh over or who are over 50 pounds overweight may not be good candidates for these tests, right?
Yes.
If somebody were to say to you, look, I've got I'm on crutches, I can't balance, I've got an injury, they would not be a good candidate for these tests.
Correct.
And if you did these tests on a person with that condition, it could compromise the validity. That's what the S stands for in standardized, right?
Validity?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And so I know that thank you. You weren't aware, but Mr. Castro we've established Mr. Castro, you didn't know Mr. Castro told Detective Martinez he had a TBI.
I'm going to again object to testifying.
All right, that'll be sustained. Re-ask your question in a different way.
Will do. But your testimony right now was that you asked Mr. Castro medical screening questions.
And on that, I think I asked him about diabetes. I couldn't hear the answer because when I review, like I said yesterday, when I review that little, I guess, clip from Mr. Chavarria, Officer Chavarria's body-worn camera, since I didn't have my camera on when I did this, when I checked his eyes. I did ask him about diabetes, but I couldn't hear because he was really loud, like the noise around it, and head injuries.
But and you didn't write a report, right?
That's correct.
And you weren't wearing a body-worn camera.
That is correct.
So, but you made some notes later on, so wait down the line, right?
Yes.
Can I approach you on it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. I guess I should. You have a clean copy of this one. Jasmine, you have a clean copy.
Oh, yeah.
Mind if let me show you? I might have to mark it. You've got a clean copy. Yeah. We'll show you a report. Take your report, detective.
Yes, sir.
Let's turn to page. It's 7 pages long, right?
Yes, sir.
I think it's page 5. Yeah, you got it right. Okay. So there's no mention in there that you.
Counsel.
Sorry, Judge.
Would you like to mark it?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
I'm going to mark it as defense. I think it's defense 3, Judge.
Yes.
It's the same one. Because you're a detective, you've got extra training over and above a normal patrol officer, right?
Yes.
We don't need to go over the need for you to put details in your report. You know all about that, right?
Yes.
And so you'd agree with me, this is the only document where you have put your actions down in writing about this incident.
Yes, sir.
And you don't mention in there that you asked medical screening questions?
No, sir. Like I said, that's from the video from Officer Chavarria.
But not yours, right? Because you didn't have one?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, cool.
Not from my video.
And, okay. So you would agree with me that if somebody does have a traumatic brain injury, that was one of the things you mentioned to the jury, can affect whether or not someone has nystagmus. Not asking you whether you observed it or not. It's a yes or no, right?
Yeah, there's more to it, but yes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that the NHTSA manual, you talk about NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they mention that there are other reasons why somebody could have nystagmus, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned one of them. It could be someone's got resting nystagmus. It could have like a lazy eye or something going on with their eyes. And it's an involuntary jerking of the eye, right?
Yes.
And you're aware of what rotational nystagmus is?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me, rotational nystagmus is, it's almost as if someone's been rotated really quick and the workings of the inner ear is disturbed, and that can induce nystagmus, is that right?
The only way you will be able to see it is if you have a camera or you're looking at that person while they're rotating at a fast speed, yes.
But it can happen.
I wouldn't be able to see it.
It can happen.
Yes.
It's in your training material.
Yes, sir. It could happen.
And then what the NHTSA manual says is maybe someone who's involved in a rollover accident could display this. I'm not asking if you did. It's possible.
Well, I don't recall that specifically on the NHTSA manual, if you're saying rotational nystagmus, like I said, that's when the person is rotating at fast speed, the inner fluid is getting disturbed, but that would be while they're rotating.
Yeah.
So after the rollover, they shouldn't have any.
And that is what NHTSA calls, what you just led into there, it's called post-rotational nystagmus, right? That's another one.
Correct, sir. Yeah.
And so you're correct. Rotational is like if you're rolled really quick, it can disturb your inner ear and make your eyes jerk, kind of, if you're dizzy, right? And rotational is the longer lasting effects of such an incident, correct?
Post-rotational nystagmus will last for a few seconds after they crash, after the rollover.
And on the horizontal gaze nystagmus, there are 6 clues.
Yes, sir.
And so these aren't, NHTSA says that a decision point is 4 clues, right?
Correct. The decision to arrest 4 clues or 6. I mean, out of 6 or the 6. Yes.
Or to continue to the next test is 4 clues, right?
Correct.
And you didn't do the next test that you would do would be the walk and turn test.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't do that?
No, sir.
And if you scored a certain way on that walk and turn test, then you would then do the 1-leg stand test.
Correct.
And you didn't do that one either?
No, that wasn't performed.
And you didn't arrest Mr. Castro?
Correct.
As a result of your testing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions possible.
All right. Any further questions?
Just you, Judge.
Okay.
How long after the crash did you examine Mr. Castro?
That would have been at least, I'm not sure 100%, but it would have been at least 4 hours after the crash.
And so would you have seen either rotational nystagmus or post-rotational nystagmus at that point?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that if you observe 2 clues on the HGN test, that would indicate some consumption of alcohol?
Object to leading.
All right, that'll be sustained.
What would 2 clues on the HGN test indicate to you?
That the person has either been ingesting alcoholic beverage or taking certain drugs that could cause the nystagmus.
Nothing further, Judge.
Defense?
Very briefly. Detective, were you asked to test a woman called Shayna Alassel?
I'm going to object to relevance.
How's it relevant?
It goes towards causation, Jess.
I'm sorry, what?
It goes towards causation in this case.
All right. You can ask the question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Were you asked to test a woman called Shayna Alassel?
No, sir.
Okay. And Detective, do you remember what time you were at the scene?
No, sir. No. After 5 in the morning.
After 5 in the morning. And to the best of your recollection, do you remember what time approximately this incident came in? That, not when you went to it, when the accident happened.
I want to say about 2 in the morning.
So you went there about, did you say 5:30 in the morning or 5 o'clock? When did you go?
We got the call. We realized we had to go to the scene. It was almost 5 in the morning when we got back to the office. So I'm going to say I was there after 5 in the morning. I'm not too sure.
Okay. All right. So about 5 o'clock in the morning, 3 hours after the accident.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Detective. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Possible.
Nothing from the state.
All right. Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused from the state.
Yeah. No objection, Judge. Excused.
All right. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to until this case is concluded are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You may step down. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective John Doyle.
Judge,
Sure.
thank you, Your Honor.
So on to the next witness. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Papers. If you leans a little farther forward, you can see his badge. It's funny. You can tell he's sitting down in a chair that has armrests, because wearing a duty belt even with just a few things on it, let alone all the stuff that a lot of these officers have been carrying, you can't just sit down because the armrest would catch.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up. Yes. If you think you're talking too loud, you're not, okay?
No problem.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
John Doyle, D-O-Y-L-E.
State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess it's Sergeant Doyle now.
Now, yes.
But you changed, I guess.
Agencies. Yes.
All right. Let's go back to where were you working in July, particularly July 22nd, 2022?
The night unit of San Antonio Police Department traffic investigations.
And when did you leave the SAPD agency?
January of 2023.
And why did you leave?
I retired.
How many years did you serve in the SAPD?
A little over 30 and a half.
And during that course of your time at the SAPD, did you go through specialized training and just training and updating training?
Yes. I was a detective for 23 years. I started off in sex crimes. I had a bunch of training related to that. Came to night traffic investigations for a short period of time. Started training then. Moved to night CID.
What is night CID?
All the daylight detectives go home. Then it was 6. And so from 6 until they come in the next morning, the night CID handled all the scenes that required a detective at night, except for traffic cases.
Okay.
And so we handled murders, robberies, rapes, whatever. And
what other divisions were you in?
Night murders after that. I was there a year and a half. They eliminated that unit, and I went back to traffic investigations, and that was in 2010. And I stayed there until I retired.
And traffic investigation, is that sometimes called PID?
It is.
And what does that stand for?
Traffic Investigations Detail. It's part of homicide. It's a detail within the homicide unit.
And what does that division investigate?
We investigate, or TID, I keep thinking of myself there, I was there a long time, investigates fatality crashes, hit and run crashes with injury, alcohol-related serious bodily injury, or fatality crashes.
And so pretty much anything to do with something of seriousness, or the death or serious bodily injury involving vehicles.
Correct.
And do you have to go through specialized training in that division?
Oh, yes. I had, it's been long enough to, I think it was between 500 and 600 hours. It's been a bit, but it's over 500 hours of specialized training.
And is that just to become certified in that certain field, or can you describe to the jury why you had to take that many hours?
Sure. Part of it is become a crash reconstructionist. There's 3 classes that build up to you being a reconstructionist. There are 7 weeks of classes, all told, to get you to the point where you're a crash reconstructionist. Then I went to classes on the airbag control modules, being an analyst and a technician for airbag control modules. I went to classes on Burla, which is downloading infotainment systems to get data from them. I became a drone pilot for the department and learned how to use the software used to map the scene using a drone. The department decided they wanted a helicopter unit to do all the drone flights, so didn't go into a lot of practice with it, but I was certified as a drone pilot for the department.
And so you mentioned one certified, that you have to get certified in crash reconstruction.
Yes.
And you have to go through specialized, that specialized training. Would you also include your experience in there? Like, let me ask you about your experience in crash reconstruction. How many scenes, or let's just say crashes, do you believe, and I know it'd probably be an estimate, that you have worked on in your career?
Thousands, because you have to include patrol as well.
What about
on patrol? You do the initial investigation, but from TID, literally thousands. They were. It wasn't unusual, and this was one of those nights to have 5 scenes that you go to.
And so you're certified in reconstruction, and then also y'all use certain tools, like measurement tools. Is that correct?
Yes, I've had training in, first it was Sokia, and then later the Leica. It's surveying equipment that's been adapted to law enforcement use for crash reconstruction. But basically it's surveying equipment. And through the years, we've advanced from when I first started, you had to site a prison. You had to look through the thing and the viewfinder and sight in the X on the thing to the prison to be able to take a shot. It later advanced to the point where you use robotic total station, and what it does is the total station follows the prism itself, and you're holding a pole with the prism and a data collector, and you're putting whatever evidence that you're marking in the data collector. And what it does is it creates a scale diagram for the scene reconstruction.
And so I guess it's a little talking over a little bit over my head about that. But I mean, I've seen workers out in the field, like construction workers or something, and you see them some guy holding the pole is in the middle of the field, and you see another guy across the field looking through something. And that's what you were speaking about earlier.
In the beginning, that's what we had to do. Now everyone either uses a robotic total station like we do, or one with GPS. We also have one that does GPS, but it's for a different purpose. It's for use with the drones. All surveyors now use GPS because you don't have line of sight issues. You can go anywhere a satellite can see you, so basically anywhere but a parking garage or under a bridge. Ours, what we still use for the most part is the robotic total station, where it follows you around. You have to have line of sight though. And what it's doing is it's collecting XYZ, and is the math term, measurements, north, south, east, west, up and down. So like if there's a hill in the roadway, it measures that. And that's what a lot of the surveyors are doing out there. For example, road work, they're preparing the grades for that and everything. Same equipment. It's just adapted to take codes for use in crash reconstruction.
And I'll ask you, how many times have you used this equipment to map a crash scene?
Hundreds.
And so let's go to the night that why you're here today. It's July 22nd, 2022. I guess rather the early morning hours of that day.
Well, it was kind of late morning hours for us. Like I said, that day we had multiple crash scenes, and as we were about to leave, then Detective Martinez, now Sergeant Martinez, found that North Patrol apparently was still waiting for us to come to a scene, and we weren't aware that we were needed there. They had called earlier in the shift, but at that point they didn't know exactly what they had, and they failed to call us back. So we called out there and found out that we needed to go out to 281, and I believe it was right around TPC to handle this incident.
And so you stated just earlier in your testimony that you said several scenes that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so I guess y'all had a busy night.
Yes.
And was there other fatalities that night?
As I recall, no other fatalities, just lots of other scenes, life-threatening crashes. I don't remember the exact details on all of them, but several life-threatening crashes that we were called to.
And so when you actually went out to the scene, 281 and near TPC Parkway, do you recall what time it may be?
I think we got there roughly 6 a.m. Our normal shift ended, we worked from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. on the night shift. And we didn't find out about it until after our shift had technically ended. I believe we got out there around 6 a.m.
Around that time?
Roughly, yes.
And I mean, I guess you travel in different vehicles. I mean, not everybody's getting there at the same time.
No, the sergeant went in one. We have a response vehicle. It's a F-450 pickup with a box with all of our equipment on the back. And I drove in a separate car.
And so when you arrived at this scene, is this in Bexar County, Texas?
San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas, yes.
Thank you. Were you the handling detective, or what we call the main detective, handling the scene?
No, the detective with the report responsibility was Detective Martinez. Again, Sergeant Martinez now.
And there's already been testimony that this accident happened around 2:21 a.m. in the morning. So if y'all arrived around 6, that's about 3.5 hours later.
3.5, 4 hours later, something like that.
And when you arrived at the scene, well, tell me this: what did you see at the scene?
They had the roadway shut down. When we arrived, found there were 3 vehicles involved. It was clearly a high-speed crash due to the damage to the vehicles and the distance
You say
vehicles traveled.
Sorry, you say clearly a high-speed crash.
Yes.
Are you basing that on just your experience and training?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you were stating something else when I interrupted you.
Sorry. When you look at the damage to the vehicles and the distance the vehicles travel after impact, you can get a pretty good feel on high speed or not.
And so that's by actually standing there and viewing the actual vehicle.
Just one moment. Yes.
Just can approach me.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett, I can't hear you. Can you talk in the mic?
Okay. All right. I'll allow you to take the witness on voir dire. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you all wait in the back.
I've
And
never
I
seen
will
so many
have you all
voir
back
dires.
here at no later than 10:50. All right, and remember my previous instructions. Do not think about this case outside this room. Everything that you need to know about this case has come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? Yes. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
This defense attorney loves to do voir dires. Loves to, and he, instead of allowing the prosecution to lay a foundation or to get some assistance, guide the witness to a certain spot, he's like, I want to talk to him first. I want to ask my questions before the prosecutor can refresh the recollection or something. It's a good tactic, but it does cause some delays.
And defense, you wanted to take the witness on voir dire?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Detective Sergeant.
Yes. Either one's fine.
I should use your proper rank. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the opinion you're going to give today. Are you here to give an expert opinion?
I would say yes.
Okay, and what is that opinion about?
In regards to this, whether or not it's how the crash happened, the speed, that sort of thing.
Are you here to, is the basis of your opinion essentially, does it come from your use of your equipment at the scene, the Leica?
Some of it, yes.
So, and you said it's the robotic station?
It's a robotic Leica robotic total station.
And that's different from the regular total manual station, right?
Right. The total station that would be manual would be the ones that I was referring to earlier, where you have to sight in and focus on the prism. And this one, the robotic part of it is the machine itself.
Excuse me, just one moment. Off the record for a moment.
Judge, you can't rip into somebody off the record where we can't hear. She's talking to the attorney. Wow. Look, everyone shuffles uncomfortably. Everyone just did a quick position change right there. I think she's laying down the law about these 40 years. They're not quite done. Wish we could hear this. This is going to be something about the attorney himself, about how he's conducting the voir dire, whether it's the scope, the purpose, his intent somewhere. She's not happy with something. Possibly she needs an explanation. She's allowed him to voir dire the witness, but she's like, I don't. I think he's probably going outside the scope. And he shouldn't be using voir dire to accomplish what he could have done through a deposition prior to trial, or to ask. The witness gets to hear. This witness just shook his head. Prosecution's weighing in. Do we count this as an objection from the judge? It's got to be. I'm going to count it. I'm going to count that. We're going to 75. Okay, I think we're back to defense again. Final argument. The witness is just staring, keeping his head down. Jury's not here right now.
Well,
Jury's
you did some diagrams in this case.
I did.
And you're going to be testifying to the validity of those diagrams?
Yes.
And did you make those diagrams using a Leica robotic station?
I did.
And you've already testified that you said from your training experience, right, that it was a high rate of speed crash, right?
The speed involved, or the crash involved high speeds, yes.
Did you do any energy analysis?
On this, no.
You didn't. Okay. And that's what I want to judge. So you're not going to offer an opinion as to speed based on any crash math or skid marks or energy analysis that you did?
Well, I measured the skid marks and scrape marks and all that sort of thing, but I didn't do an analysis of it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Ones that you created. You didn't try and recreate it to test crash math against what you saw. You're just simply documenting what comes out of the Leica and the measurements to make the map, right?
Well, the map is used to do the speed analysis.
Yeah, they use your map to do the analysis, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Judge, that ends my board eye.
All right.
We've got no objection to this witness.
No objections. All right. Deputy Laura, if the jurors are ready, then we can bring them back in. Thank you. But parties, please remember, I don't know the facts of your case. So you'll have to let me know what you anticipate your challenge is to an expert witness.
If you will bring the jury.
Can you spell Leica for me and the other one?
Leica.
And the other one?
So SOKKIA.
SOK.
KIA. It's Swedish.
Sophia.
SOKKIA, Swedish. Yeah. I think the other one maybe too. Leica is definitely European. I don't remember. I think it's Swedish too. I guess they make all surveying equipment. I don't know. I'm sweaty already. I went up and down the stairs.
You should have been outside.
I know. That too. Yeah. This afternoon when it's in the sun, it's going to be worse.
All right. And state and defense, make sure that with the court's rulings, with some of those exhibits where I ordered that certain things be redacted, just make sure that you all check them when we get to the point for deliberations. If we get to that point, that's taken care of.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, the equipment this gentleman uses to analyze the traffic scene is quite
Judge,
spendy.
Yes.
Do we have time to go to the restroom?
No.
Yes.
Okay. I asked for you here. You're welcome. I'm scared out.
Similicious OG, welcome. Great to have you join us as a member. Great to have you gift a membership. And Wendy Alexander, great to have you join us as a member now with that gift.
And then
membership.
is the detective, with regards to the items downstairs, is the detective the next witness?
No, Your Honor. I mean, we can read them during regular
Yes, that will need to be next because if I allow this into evidence, I want it to be done. I don't want the jurors to see them before.
I don't have one of those scan stations. They're really cool. The closest thing I've seen.
Since he's running that, can I run?
Yes.
Realtors use similar equipment, which is sort of funny, to take pictures of houses. But drive around with $150,000 of survey equipment in my truck. Yeah, it's spendy. Oh my goodness. Wonderful. Thanks for paying it forward. That is really sweet. Potty breaks all around. So what's the weather forecast for me driving across the country? Am I going to be driving into like a line of tornadoes? Because I don't know what to do about that. I've got to go one direction. I've got to go west. I thought if we swung high enough on I-70, we'd sort of avoid the most of it, but I don't think we all will.
You don't have to picture what, but I mean, you were at the scene.
You'll be fine with it. Otherwise,
You would have marked it, but
and I did.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Why are they talking about his testimony? Just one of them. Why is the prosecutor up there? He's a sitting witness. Bit of a hot mic. He asked him a question, got an answer.
No, one of the tests.
I'm speaking loud enough. Are you okay?
You're speaking loud.
Okay.
For me.
Okay.
Did I get a new switcher net? Not yet. The way YouTube money works, the 21st of this month.
Ready, Judge?
Yes, we're ready.
So we're limping,
All right, for the
we're
jury.
limping along. Unless we make some shuffles to shuffle some budget things different directions, we might be able to do it sooner. Get the fancy one with the rhinestone buttons. It's going to look almost identical to the one I have, but instead of HDMI inputs, it's going to have SDI inputs.
State, you may continue.
And has 4 outputs instead of 2. 100 degrees in Utah. That's what we're driving into. Just smoking hot.
I think my last question was, we were talking about being at the scene, and you spoke about actually seeing the vehicles and stating about it being a high-speed crash. Is that correct?
Right. Seeing the damage to the vehicles, the distance vehicles traveled after impact, all that, I realized it was a high-speed crash.
And is that just by like observing the vehicles with the naked eye?
Yes.
And that's not doing math on it at that time. That's not doing measurements on it at that time.
No, what I ultimately did was map the scene so that we could get those measurements, so that could be done.
So, but just arriving at the scene and observing the scene and the vehicles themselves, because you stated, for one, do you recall the vehicles that were involved? Well, actually, may I approach you on that?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 4. These have already been entered into evidence.
New tires. We did new tires.
I want to ask you if you remember this scene.
Okay, we've got a dishwasher dilemma right now. Small fire in the dishwasher. Stand by. I'll be right back. When it rains, it pours. Hang on one second. We're going to keep going with court. I'm listening.
Thank you. I know I gave you a stack to look through there, but you look through these photos, and these are the photos that were taken of the scene that night. And is that how you remember the scene?
They're accurate representations.
Also, I want to direct your attention to a couple of poster boards here. State Exhibit number 71. Is this also of the scene?
It is.
And obviously, you see the HEB truck in the back, and then you have the Volkswagen in the back also. But this is the Honda Accord.
Correct.
Okay. And then also State Exhibit number 85. Do you recall seeing this 18-wheeler HEB truck at the scene?
I do.
And then is there a truck behind there?
Yes.
And that's how you remember seeing the scene that day when you got there?
Yes. I remember those golf balls. They were everywhere.
Well, yeah, I think just to let the record be clear on State Exhibit number 71, you notice a lot of golf balls in the back here. Is that right?
Yeah, they were everywhere.
They were everywhere, all over the highway.
Yes.
Now, Detective Doyle, at the time when you got there, you've spoken about measurements. You described the system or the devices, equipment that you would use to measure. What did you do at the scene at that point?
First thing we do is a quick walkthrough so that I know what is out there. The sergeant and detectives were busy painting it. It was really long, so it took a while. I think I helped them paint a little bit, final positions of vehicles, that kind of stuff. But I was looking see what evidence was out there, what scrape marks, what tire marks, all that kind of thing. Just looking at the scene in general, it's one of the first things you do is you go through and just look and see what's there, because you don't know until you look. And then what did you proceed to next after you did the initial walkthrough? Set up the total station. And then you spoke about painting. And I know that the jury's already seen some of these photos. It looks like there's spray paint or something on the ground, and also sometimes on a wall or something, and sometimes on a tire, and different colors. Can you describe to the jury why that paint was put on the ground and the walls and sometimes on the tires, and describe that to the jury of why that is painted that way? Okay, we when we have multiple vehicles involved, we use different paint colors for every vehicle. What you're marking is the evidence that's left, tire marks, scrape marks, all that sort of thing. And really more than anything else, it's to allow y'all to see it when they take the pictures. It highlights the evidence. Is basically what it's doing. And the different colors let you know that's this car, these marks are from this car, these marks from this car. When I'm going around and I'm mapping the scene, I'm not mapping the paint, I'm mapping the evidence that's there, that the paint is highlighting, so that when they take the pictures, it makes it easier for y'all to see. Okay, so you're saying you're not putting
Did I miss any objections?
on the paint, you're putting it on the evidence. Yes, that's correct. And that evidence is either gouge marks or tire, I guess, treads or rubber that's left by the tires? It's tire marks left by the tires, scrape marks left by the vehicles, the area of impact, where the initial area of impact was, where the vehicle, the cord in particular, hit the wall, the final rest of the vehicles. The truck did all kinds of crazy stuff. It was.
flipping and sliding and doing all kinds of stuff.
And you mentioned something about area of impact. Can you describe to the jury what that term means?
Okay. In crash reconstruction, you learn real quick, you don't say point of impact because you may be a foot or two off, let's say. What you're given is an area of impact. It's where the pickup hit the cord, the first area of impact. And you'll see
that was a Civic. That was
a tire mark that'll be wider. You'll see gouge marks in the pavement, particularly on asphalt pavement. That's what you would see the area of impact. This is on concrete, so you don't see that as much. You'll see scrapes, not gouges like you would see on pavement, because what happens when two vehicles hit is one of the vehicles, typically the one that's being hit, it's not the case in this one, will be forced down. And what it does is the undercarriage of the car will strike the pavement, in this case, the concrete. And you'll see those scrape marks. And the tire marks are always different there because of the forced downward force. And you'll see those marks, and that's how you know where it is. There's a secondary area of impact where a cord hit the wall, and a third area of impact where the truck hit the Volkswagen. I think it's an Atlas. I'm not positive. It's a Volkswagen. I think it's an Atlas. It's an SUV.
So in this particular case, you had area of impact, you had 3 total.
Yes, where between the truck and the cord in the wall, and truck and Volkswagen.
And I'm going to show you State Exhibit number 25, which you've already seen up on the stand there when I asked you if you recognize these photos.
As he's showing the photos, dishwasher managed to open during the regular cycle. It managed to open a little latch on the door for the little tiny measuring spoons and things. Blew out one of the plastic measuring spoons, got down on the burner for the dry cycle, and cooked it, melted and smoked.
This is State Exhibit number 25. What is painted on the ground right there?
Yeah, the area of impact. That's the first one.
That is the first one.
Yes.
So tell the jury, how do you know that's the area of impact?
First off, there's no marks prior to this. There's no roadway evidence prior to this. Mm-hmm. That tire mark there is a wide tire mark from the truck. It's kind of it's different than what you're going to see in most of the tire marks, except for where it's going sideways and flipping. But when they're going straight, it's a little bit different than the regular tire marks. And there's scrapes there that honestly don't show up very well in this, because the pavement is gray. If you're on asphalt, you're always going to see like a chunk of pavement that's been taken out. But this is because it's concrete, it's so hard.
Right.
That doesn't happen unless it's in something real big.
I don't mean to talk over you. I know the court reporter doesn't want me to talk over, so I apologize for interrupting you. But again, this is where the pickup truck hit the Honda Accord.
Correct.
And I think you stated something just previously that before this, there was no marks.
There was no marks. There was no pre-impact braking, no evidence of the pickup swerving before, nothing like that.
So no marks.
Correct.
And why would it leave marks?
Like, let's say you're approaching what you know is going to be a crash, you slam on the brakes and it's going to leave pre-impact skid marks. So it'd be skid marks, a gouge, mm-hmm. like regular straight skid marks, a gouge, and a strange tire mark, basically, for lack of a better word. And then everything that happened after the crash. Well, there was nothing before this.
So I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 98. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
The same thing, just facing the other way more than anything else.
And so does it show any brake marks or tire marks or anything of indicating that the truck hit its brakes?
If you'll look, this right up by your thing, this tire mark is a little bit longer. So there, it looks like there's pre-impact braking. Again, that's why we call it an area of impact. So it's right here somewhere. This is where the truck is reacting to it. That's where we know that happened, that the impact had happened. So the area of impact may be a few feet back a little, but this is more a mark that happened when the crash happened.
So after the crash happened?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be a tire mark from the pickup truck?
Correct.
And that's off to the right of this photo. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would ask to enter state exhibit number 98 into evidence. Senator to defense for any objections.
The wrong way driver is not going to be called to this trial. I believe the judge has ruled that she is not coming in.
No objection.
All right, state's exhibit number 98 is admitted without objection.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
This is state exhibit number 98. I don't know how to use this someday. I don't know if it's better. Let's see if it's better with the light on it.
Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow morning early.
Sorry.
I'm taking my studio with me. So
I think this is what we're indicating here. You were speaking earlier about the area of impact here, and that this is the area of impact, not the point of impact, but that in that area, that's where it happened.
Yes, that's where we have the truck doing something to indicate that it's been involved in a crash. In this case, it's making the wide tire mark in that scrape. You can actually see a scrape here. You'll notice some of these pictures are better because we were out there so late. It's not night anymore; it's day. So the camera actually does significantly better in the day. You don't have to fight the settings adjusting for night. So you're going to see that some of these pictures are significantly better because they're during the day.
Okay. And so, for instance, state exhibit number 25, that's darker out there.
Absolutely.
And actually, that is facing north. Is that correct?
Correct.
The way that like the direction of traffic would be flowing north.
That's correct.
And then state exhibit number 98 is actually facing south down to 81.
That's correct.
And this is during the day, but it does show that what you indicated and testified earlier, there's no braking, like any type of, like I call them screech marks or brake marks or tire marks. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you pointed this out to me when we were on the stand and on this photo, but there's some spray paint here and it shows some type of tire marks here. Explain to the jury what that is.
That's again, it's the tires from the truck leaving a mark on the roadway. And that's what's being marked there.
And I'll ask you, is that brake marks or is that after impact?
It's at impact, basically.
At impact.
Yeah.
Okay. So the truck had hit the Honda Accord and it caused the truck's tires to make marks.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Let me check. Oh, here they are. Okay. Well, I'm going to go back over here and I'll show it to you on the bigger screen.
Okay.
Now,
Glasses.
I'm going to show you state exhibit number 28. I see there's a lot of stuff going on in this picture. Can you describe to the jury what's going on?
This is post-impact tire marks from the cord. And what you're seeing is the vehicle is spinning as it's leaving these tire marks because you have a crossover of the tire marks. Just before it hits the wall, it's spinning.
And this is a closer view, state exhibit number 29. And it looks like you, I don't know who wrote this on the wall, but AO12.
AOI2, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
And so that's where this Honda Accord in state exhibit number 71, it collided with the wall.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 31. That's a little further back from that. And can you tell the jury, I see like what looks like little U's around the spray paint or something. What does that mean?
The end of the mark.
It's
a bracket around the end of the mark is basically what it is.
And those tire marks were made by which car?
The cord. Yellow is the cord.
Okay, I'm colorblind, so.
Yeah, I understand.
State exhibit number 32. It's sort of to the side there, but you see the area of impact, and then you also see those yellow marks off to the right that you stated. Now, I believe this is the orange marks over here. Is that right?
And that's the truck.
That's the truck. And again, what does that little U, orange U mean on there?
Same thing. That's where it begins or ends, depending on how you look at it.
I also see that there's an object in the middle of the roadway there. Do you know where that article or that object came from?
It looks like it's from the truck because the Accord is silver. Can't say for absolute certain because sometimes the outside is one color and the inside's another, but I believe it's a part of the truck.
Okay. And then state exhibit number 33 is just another picture that shows down further. And in the background, you do see the other vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes. The Accord on the right, closer the pickup farther down, and way off on the right is the Volkswagen.
I'm also going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 39. What does this indicate?
Scrape.
What does that mean?
This is where the truck, and again, I said the truck did some strange stuff. Well, this is as it's getting sideways, and it flipped on its side right there, and is leaving scrape marks on the pavement and the truck, of course.
So from where this picture shows where it went, I guess, scraping on its side, it ended up way over here?
Yes.
Still? I want to show you what's on state exhibit number
There's the truck.
43. I know it's sort of hard to see on this. What does that indicate right there?
Same thing, scrape. The dots are actually, they're actually tire marks as well, I believe. It's probably pre being completely painted, if that makes sense.
I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 48.
I think this is going to be a quick decision.
That's another one of those where the tire is sideways.
And it looks like that it sort of curves off right here. Is that right?
Right. That's another clue to speed is how straight things are. Okay. So you had the truck hit the Accord. The Accord curved off like this. Mm-hmm. It's not going that fast. The truck, if you look, almost continues in a straight line. So it continued through the impact in a straight line. As the truck slows down, now it's not a straight line, it's a curve as it's sliding around to a stop.
As it's sliding around.
Yes.
I'm looking for. Where's my area of impact? Let us have 1 second.
Yes.
Denise, thank you very much. 19 months, OG. I've got a working vacation, and I'm excited. We get to go to a court that I'd really like to observe and bring you to. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Man, that was such a tough one.
So
this is an important question. About
all
20
these
minutes, I
marks
think,
on the
between
road
the two
that
crashes.
you colored in, or not you colored in, but it was painted in, describe the scene that night. Is that correct?
They're again highlighting the evidence so that A, you can see them, and B, the CSI can see them and take pictures.
And then you also map the area with actual the devices and equipment that you spoke of earlier. Is that right?
Correct.
And then did you use those marks and those measurements to make sketches of the scene that night?
I did.
I want to show you what's been marked. State exhibit number 1 is 94. And then also 95. And also 96.
It's a little bit closer. It zoomed in.
It zoomed in. So 97. So that's just a zoomed in version.
Yes,
Okay.
the scale is inch at 40 foot.
Okay. And these are sketches that you made for this case from that night.
Yes.
Your Honor, state is asking to enter state exhibit number 94, 95, 96, 97. Tendered to defense previously to see if there's any objections. Okay, sure.
All right, states exhibits 94, 95, 96, and 97 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach the jury?
Yes.
And may, I guess Sergeant Doyle step down?
Yes.
Thank you.
And defense, you may move about the well.
First, I'm going to show you actually state exhibit number 95. Just describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
That's the roadway and all the evidence that I mapped. This is a concrete wall, overhead sign, concrete wall, tire marks, and they're color coded on my diagram just like they are on the roadway.
And one thing I want, what you said, a road sign right
Yes,
here.
it's an overhead sign.
Overhead sign. Can you turn around and look at state exhibit number 78?
That is it.
And that is across the top. There is the road sign.
Correct.
And that is this road sign right here.
That's correct.
Now, when you actually arrived at the scene, was this truck still there?
Yes.
And where was it located on this diagram?
Right in here.
Right in there. So tell me, how many lanes are right here that lane of travel?
Okay, it looks weird, and this is only 2 lanes. And what's happening here, and why do you see these jagged corners like this? The roadway's under construction. Now I think it's 4 lanes, something like that. But that night there's only 2, and there's really, really wide shoulders, for lack of a better term. And the roadway is different. I think this is an entrance ramp or something. I'm not exactly sure, but that's why the walls are the way they are. But there's only 2 lanes of travel here. It's narrowing down to where the highway as it is now ends, and it goes back to where it's like a 2-lane, not elevated highway.
Like the old road.
The old
Okay.
281.
And so if you travel this area, you knew that it was under construction and that it was changing back into just the old road.
The old road, correct.
And so please tell the jury what this down here is and describe it to them.
Okay, that's where the truck struck the Accord, the initial impact.
Initial impact. And that's what we saw in the picture just previously.
Correct.
And then describe what this location of here, AOI2.
That's where the Accord hits the wall. And you can see the turn marks are crossing over, it's spinning as it's hitting the wall and sliding to a stop.
Now, and going back here, was that Honda Accord, was it in a lane?
Yes.
And which lane was it in?
The right.
So it was within its lane.
Yes.
And that's what you see from the pictures and the evidence at the scene.
And the damage to the vehicle.
The damage to the vehicle. And so then let's go up here. I couldn't find my picture, but I'm going to go ahead and ask you, what's AOI3?
That's where the truck hits the Volkswagen.
The Volkswagen.
All right.
And let me make sure we have a picture of the Volkswagen.
Yeah, I think it's an Atlas. Here for Volkswagen.
There we go. I'm going to show up here, if you don't mind staying there, just looking 69 and also 68. And this evidence has already come in that it is an Atlas. So you're correct.
Okay.
And in fact, you have it here.
Oh,
marked.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm looking at the diagram, not the label. Sorry.
So area of impact 3, tell me what, and describe to the jury what happens there.
Basically what happened there is a little weird. The truck had been sliding and rolling, and what it did is it came down like this on the back of the Atlas. It's a strange impact. It's not one that I can honestly say I've seen before, because the bumper of the Atlas is pretty much intact, but to the, I don't know whether it's a 2-row or a 3-row. I think it's a 3-row.
There was evidence that came in by testimony that it was 3-row.
Well, it was crushed to the back of the 2nd row, so it was crushed like this. It's squashed down. It's really strange.
So in your experience, in your 32 years of, well, at least 32 years SAPD, you've never really seen a sort of a crash like that.
Not with damage like that, no.
And is this to scale?
It is.
So that if you use this marker here, you can determine from area of impact 1 to area of impact 3. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's where the software comes in. I mean, you can sit here with a ruler and an inch is 56.73 feet. You could, mark an inch and, just measure and do it that way. Or we could just go to the software and go from this point to that point, and it tells us.
So to indicate how far it is.
Correct.
All right. I'm going to flip this around to show you what state exhibit number 94. And it's a little different. It's the same diagram, but it has a lot of different dots on it. Can you describe to the jury what those dots represent?
That's where I took a shot, is what we call it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me describe the equipment. Okay. The total station is a tripod, and it has a, I guess is the best way to put it. And it moves as you move. you're holding a pole that has a prism on the top with crosshairs. Back in the day, I was saying you had to sight through through there and focus it, and you had to focus it on the X within the viewfinder with the crosshairs in the prism. Well, it does that for us. Technology is great. So it follows us around. I'm holding this pole with a data collector. It has a level on it. So I'll go to a portion of evidence, level the pole, take a shot, and then I label it whatever it is. Tire mark 1. And if you look at my, how I did it, I did like tire mark 1 Accord, tire mark 2 Accord, tire mark 1 pickup, tire mark 1 Volkswagen.
And that's what these dots represent. And you can't really hardly see it, but it would have those numbers on there. Is that right?
Yes. I took a shot at each one of those points.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's Mark State Exhibit number 97. And I'll briefly go over that because it's pretty much just the same map, but zoomed in. Is that correct?
Yes. The scale on this is an inch and 40.
And so it's indicating on the Accord where it was found, and then also the resting spot of the Chevy Silverado with the license plates on each of them. Is that correct?
Okay, so yes, the picture I'm showing you is not the right one. They're saying Chevy Silver, and
if you look at this other one, the reason why I did it was to give you context.
Can you get this picture? Speaking to.
Okay. Was to give you context.
This is the machine he's using right here.
It's not just a straight stretch of 281. It's this stretch of 281 with this sign. This is my context. So that when this roadway changed, which it certainly did, that sign is still there. So you can go from this sign to there and you know exactly where you are. So that's why it's a larger scale here. It's because it's giving me this point of context. That one is the scene without the sign because you know where the context is. I'm just zooming in to help you see the scene better.
And it shows the tire marks. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you can erase the points to make it look clean. But that's the difference between the two. You can also label it, and there'll be the points. This one is numbers, and you can also label it with what it is. It'll say like tire mark Accord, but it starts getting really weird when you get it when there's so many points like this. So I'll print one, but generally it's not as useful to y'all because it looks like a jumbled mess.
And for instance, state exhibit number 96 is another where you actually can see some of the numbers and what you actually marked it as. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. You can take a seat. I wanted to show you what's been marked state exhibit number state exhibit number 99. And I think you were mentioning something just previously here about measurements and everything and marking them.
Yes, this is the measurement data log.
And can you tell the jury what that means?
Okay. What it is it's giving me the measurements north, south, east, west, and the elevation. Because when you're setting up the scene, I take out a measuring tape and I measured the total station. It's got a little line on it. And I measured the height of the total station. And the bar that has the prism on it with the data collector that I'm holding, it has height marks. So I enter into the total station. The total station is 4 foot 8 inches off the ground. My prism is 5 feet off the ground. It's almost always 6 feet. You try to get it as low as possible because, again, every shot I take, think about it, how many shots there were. It has to be level each and every shot. And that's part of why. It also gives you an elevation. So it gives you a north, south, east, west, and elevation. So in math terms, X, Y, Z. So if you're creating I don't remember the right word in math, it's basically a diagram. you would be able to do the same thing, plotting these X, Y, Z. We didn't do elevation on this one because it wasn't as critical, but this measurement log tells you the relative elevation compared to the first shot. The first shot is 0, 0, 0, and that's where the total station is.
And so that's in a sense like the legend for the dots on the maps here, or on the sketch.
Exactly what it is. Number one, the first one is the total station itself, and all these other points are in relation to where the total station is. So it can tell you the distance from the total station. And that's how it gives you a scale diagram.
So this time, Your Honor, the state would advise to enter state exhibit number 99 in the evidence. We'll tender the defense for the objections.
Yes.
Just
Any more objections from the defense? Holly Mack, thank you for the super generous donation for vacation money. Thank you. Rick Groover, thank you very much. Gifted a membership as well as Selena K.
Okay.
Lots of gifted
All right,
memberships
state's exhibit
today.
number 99 is
Thank you
admitted
all.
without objection.
Now, Detective Doyle, I know I didn't ask you about this yet, but drag factor. Did you and Detective Martinez go to the scene later and test for drag factor?
We did, because part of what she needs to do with my diagram is she's going to do an energy analysis, is basically what you call it. You can get speeds from the tire marks, the scrape marks, and the momentum analysis of where the two impacts happened. And you combine all that together, and that will give you the speed of the truck when this happened. That's your ultimate goal. You start at points of rest, and you move back to the first area of impact. And when you're doing your speed calculation, and you add all these items together, the momentum calculation for where the two vehicles struck each other, and then the length of the tire marks, scrape marks, all that kind of stuff. But you need a drag factor for the tire marks. That's measuring the relative stickiness of the road, I guess is the nicest way to put it. If you look at this in these pictures, sometimes you look at it, it has like grooves in it.
I'm not sure.
It's for
exhibit number 49.
Water dispersal. Yeah, you can see it right here, right along in there, right along the white line. You can see the grooves in it. It's for water dispersal, but it makes it not as sticky as, let's say, it's asphalt. Okay, so your tires stick better to asphalt than they do on this. So you have to go out and get a reading of the stickiness of the road where the crash happened.
Yes.
And
Object to narrative.
I'll move on.
Sustained.
Okay. We'll move on from that. But, I mean,
Sorry.
in the end,
I like what I do. I'm just trying to explain it.
it's very interesting. We could go on forever, but
Yeah.
time is limited. You know that. But the fact is you and Detective Martinez actually went out there and performed this drag factor test out there, or drag factor.
Yes, we put an instrument in the vehicle and measure it. Yes.
And measured it, and you got that information. You and Detective Martinez got that. Is that correct?
Yes, I was driving and she was collecting the information.
I want to move on to another subject. Line of sight.
Yes.
From the area of impact 1.
Yes.
Looking south.
Correct.
Did y'all determine how far it was, or did you look?
Yes. As we were leaving the scene, that's the last thing we did. Detective Martinez and I went down and we just measured it on the odometer because it's the easiest thing to do. Honestly, we had broken down everything. We didn't measure. We just did it with the odometer in the car, and it was roughly half a mile.
Half mile. And so you're saying that from the area of impact one, where the truck hit that Honda Accord, that it was roughly a half mile you could see down the road?
It was probably more than that, but for sure a half a mile.
I'm going to show you state exhibit number 98. This is looking south from the area of impact one. And so looking back south, you're looking all the way back this way, is that correct?
Right.
And I know that, you know, this area has overpasses and areas like that. So what would you describe the drive up to area of impact one? Is it a hill or is it
It's a slight rise.
A slight rise.
It's not.
Thank you so much.
Some bridges are like this, that are like a big, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't see, if you're here, you can't see what's over there because of line of sight. It's not like that here. It's going to an elevation, but it's a slight rise, slope is the term we use.
Thank you, Sergeant Doyle. I appreciate that. Pass witness.
Defense.
Hi, Sergeant. Sorry,
that's fine.
Detective again.
Works either way.
Yeah, thank you, Sergeant. So where are you working now?
District Attorney's Office.
Oh, right, okay. With these guys?
They work in the criminal trial division. I work in intake. I do the intake on the same cases that I worked before. Vehicle death cases, serious bodily injury cases, failure to stop or underage deaths.
That makes sense, right? Because you're experienced. So, and I want to talk.
Can you talk in the mic?
Oh, yeah, sorry, it's turned on. And that makes sense. That goes with your experience, right? I wanted to ask you about some of your training and experience. You said earlier that it was not on this night in question back in 2022. You actually made 3 scenes that night.
I think it was more like 5.
Oh wow! So you made 5 scenes that night.
I think this was the 5th. I believe. I'm not positive. All I can tell you, it was very busy.
And I'm not asking you to commit to that. I thought so. 5 scenes, and that's 5 scenes in the SAPD's jurisdiction where there was either a fatality or serious injury, right?
Correct.
And this isn't uncommon on a night, is what you said.
This was a weeknight. It's kind of uncommon on a weeknight. On the weekends, that's normal.
But that's normal on the weekend.
Yes.
Right. So that's a lot of wrecks. And on that day, you actually went to multiple crash scenes.
That's a lot of wrecks.
And you know that when you used to do one of the responsibilities of the police to go to see this right crash report.
That's the patrolman.
And that was, there may be a patrol officer will write a crash report, and that goes to TxDOT, the Texas Department of Transport.
That's correct.
And they use that for statistical purposes.
That's exactly what its purpose is.
And so they take you, so the patrol person, whoever that is, identifies certain vehicles. Is that right?
That's right.
And it's normally to determine who's at fault. Maybe.
He gives his opinion.
There you go. In their opinion.
Correct.
Opinion, that's a better way to put it. They decide, hey, and they normally describe vehicle 1, vehicle 2, vehicle 3, and so on.
That's right.
And how is it normally labeled on the report to who's at fault, in their opinion?
There's codes on the report.
Right, and so there's a code for who's responsible?
It's factors is the way it's put in there, but there can be a lot of different. There's something like 80 something factors.
Yeah.
But yes, that's what his opinion is.
And their opinion, they put together who they think is at fault, and they submit that to the TxDOT.
Right.
Basically, the DPS, right?
And it's actually TxDOT.
Texas Department of Transport.
Yes, it's separate from DPS, and like you said, its purpose is stats. That's all.
And they produce the stats for the state of Texas.
Correct.
And they produce the statistics of fatalities on the road.
Right.
And non-fatalities on the road.
Distracted driving, driving while intoxicated.
Yeah.
It's those factors that we're talking about.
And they can break it down per county, right?
They can.
And across the state.
And they can break it down by, let's say, San Antonio, Castle Hills, Balcones Heights. They can do all that.
And you can, that's available online.
I guess I've never asked for stats. I got to be honest with you.
All right. Okay. Well, fair enough. You haven't asked for stats. But did you know that was the Friday, the 22nd of July was the deadliest day on Texas roads in 2022?
Did I know that? No.
You didn't? Do you know there were 30 persons killed in traffic accidents?
He's testifying it doesn't know from the doctor.
Sustained.
But we can agree you had a very busy night.
Objection.
All right, that objection will be overruled to the question. We can agree you had a very busy night.
Yes.
All right. So I want to go back to some of the things that you spoke about, but there were no other fatalities that night, right? To the best of your recollection.
To the best of my recollection, I think that was the one in San Antonio.
All right. So you I think how you got to this scene is you were going off duty and then you were told that there was a scene that you had to go to.
Right. We were finishing up. After we go out to a scene, we have to send out, it's a notification of the incident. And we were in the process of doing that for the scenes that we had gone to when we learned we needed to go to this one.
Right. And so you made this scene, and I guess you're not the primary investigator. That was Detective or Sergeant Martinez.
Right.
So your role was you've got the Leica manual station, robot station.
Robotic, yes.
Which is and it's on a tripod.
The total station part of it is.
Total station's on a tripod, and your job is to do this, to map the scene.
Correct.
So you said initially that you walk around the scene and you're asked to map the scene, and you helped mark things on the road evidence using spray paint.
I didn't do much marking. As I recall, I think mostly what I did was the vehicles.
Right.
As I was walking, doing it at that, when I was doing that, we were deciding what color is going to be what and all that kind of, but I marked the vehicles, as I recall, and that's pretty much it. Right. The rest of the sergeant and the detectives were out there doing that because, like I said, it's a long scene that took a minute.
So you guys between you, whoever's there investigating, you get together. Is that what your testimony is? That you say, hey, we're going to area 1, AO1 is we're going to do orange. There's no set colors for vehicles or anything like that.
No, we determine that. We just we find out what colors paint we have. Yellow we didn't always have. Green and orange we always did, but yellow we didn't always have, but we had it that night. So we decided what vehicle was going to be what and did it.
Right. So I want to talk to you about some of the variables that are involved in this, because like you said, it's area of impact, not point of impact, right?
Correct.
Because you can't say with a percentage of scientific certainty that it's a point of impact.
Right. It's a general area. It's close.
Yeah, and so one of the other variables is you're walking around on the scene, and you said that maybe you didn't do everything, but other folks are spraying pieces of debris that they think come from certain vehicles, right?
I don't believe we marked any debris in this scene. What was marked in this scene was scrapes and tire marks, final rest. Sometimes debris is important. I'll give you an example. On a wrong way driver, when I'm trying to determine which vehicle is going the wrong way, I can find the headlight to this car and it'll be farther down the road. And I can say, okay, this car was going this way. And the others that, so we'll mark like the headlight assembly that came out of the car. I don't recall doing much, at least on this one. It was more the roadway evidence, the tire marks, the final location, the areas of impact, that sort of thing.
Fair enough. It's just that one of the things we spoke about, and I can't recall which state's exhibit it is. There was for example, captured in the picture was a bumper. We think it's a bumper, right? And that's roadway evidence as well, right?
Not really. It's roadway debris, and this is why. I don't know that moved. There were other cars on the road when this happened. I don't know if that's been moved, so I'm not going to shoot anything that I'm not sure of, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Sergeant. That's exactly my point. So we don't know. You don't know if things have been moved.
Thank you, Dizzy Grenade.
Debris-wise, I don't know that debris has been moved.
Yeah.
Vehicles did not move.
No.
The reason that the 18-wheeler was not painted into the scene is because it did move. And so I couldn't say, okay, it was here when this happened. He pulled up. I believe the truck was like right up against it or something. So I didn't put that in the scene because I know where it went. Now, the vehicles did not move. The tire marks, the scrape marks, and all the things that I put in the scene obviously didn't move because they're on the ground.
Fair enough. That's the exact point I was going to make. I didn't want to interrupt you. That because you weren't there when the accident happened, right?
No.
Because you were called, or TID was called, and you didn't turn up for 3 hours.
We came when we found out that it was there. They called us earlier in the night, and they didn't know really what they had.
That's fair enough. I'm not asking you to go into that. I'm just saying there was a long gap between you getting there and it happening. Yeah, and that's all I was asking. So because you weren't there at the scene, you don't know if vehicles were traveling through that scene, disturbing debris at the time of the wreck.
I would assume that it's possible, yes.
Yeah, and it's also possible if people who were in the scene walking around, they could be touching things with their feet, and things could be getting disturbed. Right?
Which is precisely why I didn't map it.
That's why you didn't map it. Exactly. That's exactly why you didn't map it. So, and that I appreciate that. Thank you, Sergeant. So let's move on. You said there was no pre-impact braking as far as you can see by the truck, which was Mr. Castro vehicle, right?
Right.
And there was, and I think is that state 98? Yes. Can I approach, Sheriff?
Yes.
So this is, so Sergeant, so on this picture here, and it's listed as AO1, right? Excuse me, getting there.
AOI1.
AOI, area of impact.
Yes.
And that's the first one.
Yes.
Right. So this is the first impact that's caused
with the truck striking the cord.
Right. And it's marked here approximately by this what do you call that? Scrape in the road?
Is that seam is what I guess that is. I'm not sure what that is. Because you're talking about this white line. I don't know.
Sorry. We can't do that, Sergeant.
Yeah, understood.
Right. So I'll let you finish.
No, this mark, I don't know what is. That's a mark from the wheel.
Right. Okay. So we're talking about, let me go back over here. Let me put back, maybe this is better. I just wanted to clarify. You're actually talking about the area of impact one. The first one is this mark here that I'm indicating at the bottom of the screen here. Right. And that's a scrape that's produced from a wheel rim. Is that right?
And the tire mark.
Tire mark. But it's not a skid mark.
No.
So there's no evidence of pre-impact braking.
Right.
And from, this picture is a pretty good indication of it. There's from your, there's no indication on the road evidence of any attempt to swerve.
Right.
Or maneuver, evasive maneuvers, right?
Exactly.
Is that fair enough? So,
fair enough.
And then you said that you've been doing that, was it 32 years, Sergeant?
I did. I was on the police department for 30 and a half years. I worked for in traffic investigations for 14 and a half.
And I think your testimony is thousands of accidents.
Seen, sure.
Thousands of accidents. And you said that just from your training experience, you could determine from going to the scene, seeing the field of debris and the distance that the vehicles had traveled, it was a high speed impact.
Damage to the vehicles? distance the vehicles traveled after impact. Again, I explained like the track that the truck took was straight as opposed to the Accord. All those things let you know it's a high speed impact with regards to the truck.
Yeah. So knowing what vehicles are involved now, what you're seeing is a person who's driving a vehicle into the rear of a car without any braking or evasive maneuvers, right?
That's it.
And
it's not good for your client, sir.
You agree that suggests that person isn't aware of the potential consequences?
Or is not paying attention, one of the two.
Right. So it's possible they're not aware, right?
Oh.
For one reason or another, they're either not paying attention or not aware.
Or not aware, because otherwise, if they're not paying attention, they're not aware, right?
Right. There's going back to the factors on the crash report, there's a million reasons why people aren't, it's called distraction in the vehicle. I've had people drop phones and crash. Yeah. I've had people text and crash on the phone. There's lots of reasons to be distracted.
Because in your training experience, you know that driving a vehicle like that, you're likely to kill yourself if you drive into the back of someone like that, right?
There's a good possibility of injury, yes.
And I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the judgment.
Yes.
The markings here. So I think you said that on the blow-ups, well, we've got a smaller version where this is one that the juries have seen, and it states 94 to 97. So you said your testimony was that you do all of this on the scene. You go to the scene.
Yeah.
Right. So and you're an expert in what you do.
Yes.
And the purpose of you going to the scene
setup
is to map the scene accurately at the time.
Correct. That's what my purpose was.
As accurate as you can, right?
Right.
And I think your testimony was, and that's to highlight to the jury and represent to the jury what the scene looked like at the time.
Honestly, the purpose of this is it's an exhibit for y'all to see in court.
Yeah.
Point one. Point two, and the most important point is it allows Detective Martinez to do an energy analysis.
Of course.
To a determined speed.
Yeah, and I apologize. Of course it is. But one of the things you said is because we can't take the jury to the scene and show it to them, can we?
Well, that scene isn't the same. Like I said, that's an entrance ramp right now. It's completely different.
That's a no, right? Because they can't. It's impossible. Possible, because even if we could take them to the scene, it's changed.
That's right.
I mean, like this was 281, right? It was changing daily.
Pretty much, yeah.
You drive up there now. This is I don't know, like 4, maybe 5-lane highway. Right?
I believe it's 4, but I'm not sure. I try hard not to get up there.
Probably, yeah. But anyway, we'll leave that, right? But so it's completely different now. Even if we could go back to the scene, it's changed. But so this is the best representation that you can give to the jury of what a scene looks like 2 years later.
Precisely why I shot that sign to give a point of reference.
Any other representation would be a misrepresentation, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant, you wouldn't drive your vehicle at 90 miles an hour into the back of a car, would you?
No. Never have.
No. Because that would be suicide, right?
Well, there's a good likelihood of being hurt.
Yeah.
He wants to get that.
Thank you, detectives. Thank you, Sergeant. I've got no further questions. Thank you, sir.
He's used that same line several times.
No, he wasn't. He left the scene that night.
You have to see that later on after the investigation, right?
Yes, he did.
Let me ask you, this also brought this up. There's reasons why somebody would be driving 90 miles an hour down the highway. What is the number one reason that somebody runs into somebody in the back going 90 and doesn't brake?
You object to speculation, Judge?
Overrule. Counsel, you open the door.
What are the major reasons?
The highest reason,
Intoxication.
in particular, at the time that this occurred, which is O bar 30, right after the bars get out, is intoxication.
Yes.
He opened the door, and intoxication comes in. Whoops. Big old whoops. O bar 30. Yes. Interesting. There was no toxicology done until hours and hours later, like 4 hours later.
I think I'm catch a whooping.
Defenses.
For just 5.
Let us pray. Oh, no. Oh, wait, the jury's leaving. I forget. I think this is one of the hardest things for attorneys to handle is to cross-examine but not open the
So,
door.
counsel, with regards to the last question that was asked by the state defense, you opened the door. And if I'm correct, if I'm incorrect, let me know. But I believe your questions that you began to ask of the witness were the reasons why somebody would drive into someone and not brake. And you brought up maybe somebody's trying to commit suicide. So what I'll do is I'll have court reporter, could you find his question on the record in regards to that? And if you'll read that, please, with the answers from the witness.
The best of my ability.
Thank you.
Judge, I go off words. Can you give me a word that I can look for?
Suggest person not aware.
And I'll be able to find it as well. Just give me a moment.
Control F works, right, Greeners?
The question, it's possible they're not aware? Is that?
I'll find it.
It should be a good spot.
I think that was after.
Yeah, the judge warned them about opening the door, specifically about this. Like, if the door's opened, it's coming in. Door was opened. And defense is wishing it wasn't, thinking he didn't. But when he's talking about causes of people crashing at full speed into the back of a vehicle.
Another question, because otherwise if they're not paying attention, they're not aware, right?
Yes.
And he says, right.
No, I mentioned distractions.
There's going back to the fact on the crash report, there are millions of reasons why people aren't, it's called distraction in the vehicle, right? I've had people drop phones in crash. I've had.
That's the area. So if you can go from there, from when the defense, the question that he asked, and read back from there.
That I just read, Judge?
Yes, go to the question that's before that, so that defense will know the question that the defense asked.
Question, and you'd agree that suggests that person isn't aware of the potential consequences? Answer, or he's not paying attention, one of the two. Question, it's possible they're not aware. Answer, for the reason or for one reason or another, they're not paying attention or not aware. Or not aware, he says, because otherwise, if they're not paying attention, they're not aware, right? He says, right, and There's going back to the fact on the crash report, there are millions of reasons why people aren't, it's called distraction in the vehicle, right? I've had people drop phones and crash. I've had people text and crash on the phone. There's lots of reasons to be distracted. Question, because in your training and experience, you know the,
Defense attorney doesn't think he opened the door still.
I'm not sure of that word, vehicle, you are likely to kill yourself if you drive into the back of someone like that. Answer, there's a good possibility of injury, yes. Do I stop or do I keep on going?
No, that's fine. Counsel, you open the door. The state's question in no way is suggesting that Mr. Castro is intoxicated. The question is the different reasons why somebody would not break. And defense, you open the door to why someone would not break your question.
If I may, Judge,
Yes.
and I obviously object to the answer that was given. It's my position that I didn't answer. I was talking about the awareness. I'm talking about the mental state required. The witness, I believe, if I interpret the readback correctly, it was the witness, the sergeant, who said bringing distraction in. I never said distracted.
All right. Do you have an objection to the witness's answer?
I do, Judge.
And what is your
It's a
objection?
violation of the court's motion in limine.
All right. That will be overruled. Is there anything else?
Judge, I'd like to make a record if I can.
You can make the record after we finish with the jurors. Okay. All right. Let's bring the jurors in.
All right, so the
He's not happy. He doesn't think he opened the door. He asked the question that made the witness open the door. But the person who asked the question bears the burden there. It's not blaming the witness. If the witness had been non-responsive and they'd said, "How old are you?" "I'm here because he was drunk driving." That's non-responsive.
And he was talking about generally.
Yes, Your Honor. And when the jury comes back in, I was going to ask him, since there was an objection, if he can just repeat himself.
And then is your other witness here?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then state defense. For the next witness that's coming up, I believe it's related to the vehicles.
Yes, that's correct.
And so if we can get to that point, so I can make my ruling, because I do want the jurors to be able to have a lunch. So it will be a late lunch.
Judge, if you would like, could we bring that sergeant in, and then, I don't know if you want to do it in front of the jury or not, we could have that at the beginning.
Well, I want the defense to have a chance to ask whatever questions they want to ask.
I don't know if you want that outside of the jury or.
Yeah, let's do this.
Sorry, Judge.
Yeah. Deputy Laura, we're ready.
Ready? All right, for the jury.
If you will bring the jury.
I leave tomorrow.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, state.
Thank you. Sergeant Doyle, Sergeant Doyle, right before the jury stepped out, there was an objection, but I'd like to ask you, I asked you that question of about one of the major reasons. Can you please just restate what the answer that you had?
In particular, right around the time that the crash happened, the most common reason is intoxication. It's right after the bars let out, and it's one of the most dangerous times on the road.
Thank you. No further questions, John.
Defense.
Briefly, and Sergeant, what, you know this from your training experience, what standard of proof do you need to arrest somebody at the scene?
Probable cause, reasonable suspicion, and then you build it to probable cause.
Yeah, and at the scene, Mr. Castro was allowed to leave eventually, right?
He was.
He wasn't arrested for any offense at the scene?
No, we needed to determine speed accurately.
So, no. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. No further questions.
That's damage control.
No further questions.
Questions
All
right
right.
there. Damage control.
Is he excused? I understand your other issue, but is he excused?
Yes, please.
excused?
Yes, Judge. Yeah.
All right. And just make
No
sure that
problem.
you're not going to be recalled for testimony, but just make sure you not leave just yet. Just wait in the back. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Sergeant Bianca Martinez.
And you want to maybe approach very briefly?
Yes.
Don't know if this is an objection about the next one. Yes, one vehicle. One very full vehicle. He can't leave. I think he has to be there. There's going to be a record made, and there might be some questions. I don't know. He's not charged with drunk driving. That's the thing. He was not charged with drunk driving. They'd let him leave the scene 4 hours later. We're going to Utah and Idaho. My son's getting married in Idaho. We're seeing some family.
All
We're
right.
seeing some friends.
Sergeant Martinez, please.
We are going on.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take this witness briefly. Then I'm going to let you all have your lunch. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do you have the mic?
All right, everyone, please speak into the microphones. Could everyone please do that? Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
It's Bianca Martinez.
All right, state.
Now, Sergeant Martinez, who do you currently work for?
The San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the San Antonio Police Department?
A little over 11 years.
And what training did you receive to become a San Antonio Police Department officer?
So the standard training through our police academy. My class was approximately 7 to 8 months long for training.
And have you received any other additional training since that time?
Extensive training, yes.
In what areas?
Mainly traffic investigation, so crash reconstruction.
And what type of training did you receive in the area of crash reconstruction?
Oh, I've been to numerous classes. Let me see. I brought my resume in just so I didn't forget any.
Defense would like to see that.
So I've been to all of the courses required for crash reconstruction. So it's the basic investigation class, the intermediate investigation class, there's an advanced investigation class, and then finally there's a reconstruction class.
And in these classes, what did you learn to do?
Investigate and analyze evidence at crash scenes in order to reconstruct them.
And just in general, what goes into crash reconstruction?
There's numerous things. It's mainly a lot of physics and math in order to reconstruct scenes.
And what do you use in order to reconstruct the scenes?
We have a lot of different equipment. The main equipment that we use out at the scene is the brand that we use is Leica. It's a total station. Very similar to surveyor equipment.
And what do you do with this equipment?
So once we get it all set up, we use it to mark and essentially map points out at the scene. So any evidence that we can see out at the scene, tire marks, scrape marks, there'll be marks for, we call it spatter, but it's essentially like liquid splatter, gouge marks, just anything that we can see out on the roadway. We typically mark all of those points. We also mark the vehicles, we outline the vehicles, and then the scene itself. So the roadway, the lane lines, jersey walls, so like the concrete barriers, things like that.
And then how would you take all of these measurements or markings and determine something like someone's speed?
So we take the measurements off from the mapping of the points. So whatever points we map with the surveyor equipment, we take the measurements from those.
And how are you figuring it out, I guess, from those measurements and everything there?
So we're using all of the measurements, and we're essentially plugging those numbers into the crash math formulas that we have.
And are these crash math formulas, are they standard in the crash reconstruction field?
Yes, sir.
And have they been backed by studies that have been performed, not by you, but by others beforehand?
Yes, sir. Yeah, not by me. It's nationally accepted, the crash reconstruction science.
And so are you certified as a crash reconstructionist?
Yes, sir.
So I want to take you back to July 22nd of 2022. Were you working that night?
Yes, sir.
What shift were you working?
It's an overnight shift, so we have a daytime and a nighttime traffic investigation detail. So the night shift is from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m.
And do you recall ever being called out or receiving an indication that there was a crash out on 281?
Yes, sir.
And when you received that notification, where were you?
We were at a scene. It was a fatality scene that was downtown. I can't tell you the block number, but it was off of Elmira. It's Elmira near St. Mary's. It's essentially like what would be considered the access road that runs along 35.
And so you're there whenever you received this call. What did you do?
I instructed the officers. So we're going based off of what we're being told over the phone. I have no idea what that scene looks like. I have no idea what the officers have out there. So I'm limited to the details that they're providing over the phone, unfortunately. And the officer said that the officer at the time, it was Officer Morgan. He called and he said that he wasn't quite sure how the crash happened. He said there were multiple vehicles involved. He was kind of explaining so there was a primary crash, which caused a little bit of a backup on the highway. And then there was this subsequent crash. So he was kind of trying to explain all that over the phone, but the details were all kind of jumbled because I think he was also confused of what was going on out there. It was just a lot to handle, I think. And he basically said that the victim may have suffered life-threatening injuries.
And what did you tell him once you heard that?
So that happens to us a lot. A lot of officers call and say that victims may have suffered life-threatening injuries. EMS kind of says that as a precautionary. They say, this person may be life-threatening because they have critical injuries. So we instruct the officer to obviously follow to the hospital and call us immediately with an update. With their condition, because once they get to the hospital, there's doctors and surgeons essentially that are evaluating them. We kind of get a better idea of their status.
So working with TID, is it just you that's working that shift, or how many other people are working?
That evening, I believe it was me and 2 other detectives, and then our sergeant. So there were 4 of us that night, if I recall correctly.
So at that time, if you didn't give in more information, would you have then been able to maybe split someone off and send them up to that location?
Yeah, it wouldn't be atypical that we have to. There's been many nights where we've had to split up and go handle scenes. I've handled many scenes on my own by myself.
So that night, you didn't immediately go to that accident scene that was out on 281?
No. So we were at that. Like I said, it was a fatality scene downtown, and I know it was me and Detective Orta, because he was the handling detective for that scene, and then my sergeant was there, Sergeant Johnson. I don't remember if Detective Doyle was at that scene. I can't recall if he was or not. But essentially, we were handling. The personnel that were there, we were needed to handle that. And then we got called for another scene besides the one on North, besides the one on 281.
So while you're handling this other scene, did you ever get an update as to what was happening on 281?
No, I never received a subsequent phone call.
When did you end up following up with that scene?
Unfortunately, when we got back to the office. So by the time we finished, like I said, we received another call. There was a scene in South Patrol. I'm not too sure where that scene was. I can't remember, but I know it was in South Patrol. A vehicle drove through a house and seriously injured the occupant, the resident. So I know we went to that scene and we returned to the office at approximately 5 a.m. And I remembered not getting an update from North Patrol. So I was just looking at the calls. We have a call screen with all of our active and pending calls. So I was just, looking at the call to make sure we weren't needed. And again, that happens a lot. EMS will say someone's life-threatening. They get to the hospital and they're not. They're fine. They're stable. Essentially, we're not needed at those scenes. But the call said that they were awaiting our arrival.
And so what did you do when you saw that the call said it was awaiting your arrival?
I immediately let my supervisor know that they've been waiting for us for several hours.
And did you end up contacting Officer Morgan again?
I did.
And did you ask about for any updates?
Yeah, at that point, he said he forgot to call to provide an update on the victim's condition, but that basically she, I think at that point she was on life support.
So then did you make your way down to that scene on 281?
Yes, we immediately loaded the vehicle back up. We use a large truck. It's like our equipment truck. It's an Ford F450, and it has all of our. It's like a big box truck. It has all of our equipment. So we had to load back up because that's stored at headquarters, and we typically unload it every night. So we had to load it back up and then go all the way out to 281 and like TPC way here.
Now, how long was it between when you first got notice of the accident and when you finally made your way out there?
My best guess is about 3 hours.
And when you arrived at the scene, what was the first thing that you did?
So what we do at every scene is we walk the scene. So once we get there, we walk the entire crash scene from where it appears it started to the very end to where all the vehicles are stopped and stationary. And that was a pretty good distance.
And what are you looking for whenever you're walking the scene?
Just any apparent roadway evidence. So vehicle debris, vehicle parts, tire marks, skid marks. There's a gouging that's very apparent, typically on asphalt, though this was a concrete road. So we saw scrape marks, but they're difficult to see on concrete because the roadway's light, white or cream, light gray. Very hard to see scrape marks on that roadway, but tire marks are very apparent. Obviously vehicle debris, plastic, metal everywhere all over the road. Again, the vehicle spatter, like the liquids that come out of the cars, things like that. So that's all very apparent on concrete roadway.
And did you get a chance to actually look at the vehicles that were involved in the scene?
Yes.
And how many vehicles were directly involved in the scene?
Technically, the 3 vehicles. The 18-wheeler did get, there was contact made, but it wasn't anything that left any kind of significant damage.
But other than the 18-wheeler, what other vehicles were involved?
It was I believe all the vehicles were 2019s, around that year, but it was a Volkswagen Atlas, which is a larger SUV, and then the Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck, and then the Honda Accord.
And so you actually got to see these vehicles in person?
Yes, all 3. Yes, in person.
And why is it important for you to see these vehicles in person?
There was a substantial amount of damage to all 3 vehicles, of substantial, which we call crush. So the amount of intrusion into vehicles, it's not very apparent in photos if you're looking at a plane, like a flat plane surface. So being able to see the vehicles in person and see how much intrusion, how much I don't know if intrusion is understood, but how much they're dented, essentially like dented in or invaded, by the other vehicles or by each other. That allowed us to kind of recreate the crash and understand, angles, like the impact angles, and just the amount of force.
Investigation team didn't show up for
just
3 hours.
At the vehicles alone, it gave you plenty of information. And again, it's in-person viewing that really helped you
sustain.
So would viewing the vehicles in person, would that be the first step in your investigation?
So Basically, yeah, like I said, the initial thing that we do when we get out there is we have to walk the entire scene. And we're of course looking at all of the vehicle damage, all of the roadway evidence. And that's what allows us to be able to tell how a crash happened.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
There's an objection. All right, just a little heads up here. We're going to be wrapping up on the lunch break. The judge will continue. I was thinking Thal was restreaming this on his channel. He's restreaming my channel, but he's also playing a game and it just has court in the little corner. So it's not quite the same watching that. And I think he's asleep right now. He's walked away from his computer. He's doing nothing. I see you all changing your names. I think it's hilarious. Just please know, my brain is full. It filled up months ago. It's all I can do to remember who is who in here.
Now, Sergeant Martinez, have you had a chance to view these vehicles since July 22nd of 2022?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Answer, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I've viewed them multiple times since the crash.
And in the time between now and July 22nd of 2022, have they changed in appearance?
No, they look very, very similar to how they did out at the scene.
And any differences, what differences have you seen, if any?
It's just going to be, so they're stored out at our city facility, Grout and Impound. It's not a paved facility. It's dirt, and it's like clay dirt. So a lot of the vehicles, when we go back out to do any kind of investigation, they're typically covered in dirt. And then they're exposed to the elements. The employees there do try to wrap them. It's like a shrink, almost like a saran wrap. They do try to wrap them, to the best of their ability. But unfortunately, that they're still exposed. They're outside. It's not covered or anything. They're exposed to the elements.
And just to clarify, or just to ask, if someone were to maybe go and inspect the vehicles, to go inside one of them to look inside, would that affect any sort of analysis that you would get from looking at the vehicle?
Objection, that's cause speculation.
Overruled.
Can you re-ask her?
So if someone were to, let's say, go inside one of these vehicles and try to get some property, would that affect any of the observations that you would have made?
No, and no one's allowed to do it. If the vehicles are on evidence hold, which all of our vehicles are for our cases, they're not allowed to do that by themselves. So they're accompanied by an officer or a detective, and all of that's monitored.
And Your Honor, again, we approach.
All right, just have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you step back and I'm gonna have you brought out in 10 minutes time. Remember my previous instructions. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
So Judge Boyd does not allow redirects directly to our channel. Neither does Thal.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And state and defense, I believe this is the part where the state is going to be requesting that the jurors be allowed to see the vehicles in person. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge, at this time.
All right, defense, do you have any questions as it relates to that request by the state?
I have an objection.
Oh, please remain seated. Do you have any objections or do you have questions for the witness as it relates to whether or not the jurors should be allowed to view the vehicles in person?
I have objections, Judge. I can ask the Sergeant a couple of questions, but I don't really have much for Sergeant, to be honest.
All right, if you just have objections without asking questions, you may proceed with your objections.
I'll do that, Your Honor. And so, Judge, we are, sorry, I'll stand, Judge. I don't know why, but
no problem.
The way I've been raised, right? So, Judge, we do object, and we maintain and re-urge our original objections. It's an improper And if I may I move around the courtroom, Judge?
Yes.
It's an improper representation of the accident scene. We had expert testimony from Detective Doyle, who I stood here and he testified that the purpose of States Exhibits 94, 95, 96, and 97 are to accurately diagram and map out the scene of this crash. And he said on the stand, he does that, SAPD does that for the jury. And he said this is the best representation that the jury can have of this accident. That and all of the photographic evidence and video evidence that the state has introduced, Judge. I mean, they have introduced approximately, I don't know, Judge, 20 hours of body camera and dash cam camera. There are 50 photographs of the scene, including two blow-ups.
All right, counsel, would you like to address the issue of the witness's testimony? And I'm sorry, does someone still want the witness to be on the stand as we?
Sergeant could be excused from us, Judge.
Can we release it for lunch?
All right, so you can go have lunch.
Thank you.
All right.
What time does she need to get?
I'm going to give the jurors till 1:45. All right. So, counsel, of course, I'm just looking at the factors that I have to consider. And this witness has testified that what you see in person with the vehicles would be different than what's in the photographs.
It's true.
That
Much
was her
more impactful in
testimony.
person.
It was, Judge.
All right. So those are one of the factors for me to consider on whether or not I would allow the jury to view the vehicles.
If
so
they
that's
see the
number
cars,
one.
He's getting convicted.
The other is the expense, but it doesn't appear to be a great expense because the vehicles are right downstairs. So if we could address those issues, because that seems to be one of the main issues, counsels, is the fact that the witness is saying that what has been viewed in the photographs is not or cannot be is different from what you would see if you view the vehicle in person.
I would say it's the same.
I appreciate your honor. And
pictures don't do it
justice. The problem with that I have with that, my objection is one, that would be cumulative. So it'd be cumulative under 403. That's the first one. And also, Your Honor, the case law that we've discussed before, the state directs the court to Mauricio in their motion. And I should say Mauricio versus state. And would you like to, no, I can give you it in a second, give you the citation in a minute. And Mauricio versus state says, Judge, and you are citing from it, I believe, with your analysis. It also says the extent to which the place or objects to be viewed may have changed in appearance since the controversy began. Now, the detective said that they're covered in dirt. Just one thing, the windshield is out of the Honda Accord now, and it wasn't before. And I believe, what one is that, Jasmine? What the Accord's got the window out, which state's exhibit? And you can see that from the state's exhibits that they've already offered. And it's in the body camera. There's grass growing out of the wheels of some of the vehicles. They have substantially changed. It's a misrepresentation of the accident scene. And Judge, and I point the court to State's Exhibit 10. Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 11, that the State's Exhibit. In these, you see that the windshield is in the Honda Accord. It's no longer in there, Judge. There is debris in the back of the truck, Mr. Castro's truck, that wasn't there before. It's a misrepresentation, Judge. It's a misrepresentation of the scene. Any probative value is substantially outweighed.
That's the other one you need.
403 factors of risk of cumulative evidence. And Judge, frankly, there is a risk that the jury's passions could be inflamed by viewing Ms. Siebert's vehicle in person, which will outweigh any probative value. And they've changed since then. And the last thing is the other reason it's a misrepresentation. Now, the sergeant said about the scene and accurately portraying the scene. There were 3 vehicles. Oh, but there was 4. There's an 18-wheeler. There's no 18-wheeler parked outside. It's a misrepresentation of the scene. You can't recreate it. That's why we do the diagrams. The case law says it should be done if, and I of course, what your Honor says is right about the expense, but the state's already got.
The question, counsel, is, and this is just my questions. The question is, are the vehicles being brought here for the purpose of a recreation of the scene, or are the vehicles being brought here for the vehicles to be viewed? Because if the vehicles are being brought here to recreate the accident scene, then guess what? That's outside this courthouse, is not 281. All of the vehicles that are alleged to have been on the 281 are not here. So first question with regards to your argument, state, are these vehicles being brought here for you to recreate or do a recreation of the scene?
No, ma'am. It's so that the jurors can see.
All right. So it's not being brought to recreate the accident scene.
They're lined up. I think they're next to each other, like the truck right behind the
So
car.
I will tell both parties this. I am finding that the officer has stated that viewing the vehicles in person brings something different as opposed to viewing them in photographs, that you can't see in photographs what you're able to see in person with the vehicles. So that's number one. Now, the next thing for the court to consider is what's the probative value of it, whether it's more prejudicial than probative. So if you all would like to address those issues, then please do so.
Thank you, Judge. And so I do believe it is more prejudicial than probative. I believe that it is, like I said earlier, Judge, it's cumulative to start off with because there's so many pictures and so much.
Well, let's start here. I like to do things logically.
Outside the courtroom right now.
First question. What is it probative of?
See if we've got another one for you.
State.
Judge, it's probative of the crush factor. That's what she was testifying to the jury about, that you could see just from looking at the cars, the impact angle, the crush, the speed, just from looking at them alone. So that in and of itself is probative.
All right. So the state is saying that's the probative value of these vehicles.
That doesn't go to the recklessness of Mr. Castro. So it's not probative to an element in the indictment. And so that would be my answer to that, Judge.
Okay. All right. No. I'm listening.
Got one more picture.
All right. Is there anything else from either side with regards to whether or not the jurors should see the vehicles in person?
That's her car from a different angle.
Very briefly, Judge, we believe that any probative value it's cumulative to start off with, and any probative value is outweighed by the possibility of misluding the jury to whether or not they should be looking at crush factors, and that could lead to their passions being inflamed and an emotional reaction and making a decision on an improper basis, when what they should be deciding is whether or not Mr. Castro was reckless in his actions.
All right. And so with regards to your argument, defense, in the indictment, isn't there an issue or a raised issue concerning speed? And does not the way the vehicles appear
go to that? Yes, it does.
Sort of address that a little.
Well, Your Honor, if I may address that, that's a good point, Judge. And so I would say that that's a good point, because the jury, the speed would be an expert opinion that we'd expect to have from an expert on the stand through testimony or objects if we could be asking the jury to make an improper conclusion of speed based on their lay experience and looking at the objects themselves, which may make them have that emotional reaction that could make them make a decision on an improper basis of speed even, which should come through an expert. And so that would be almost asking them to make an expert opinion as a layperson. It could that's what confuse the jury and mislead.
Well, if the court allows this, there will be no questioning of the jurors. It's strictly for the jurors to view it. And then both sides, of course, will have a chance to question witnesses on the witness stand. So if there are no further arguments, the court is prepared to make its ruling.
There's the truck.
You want to add one more thing to that?
Yes.
And we've already had testimony from an expert who said that this accident happened. It was clear that it was at high rate of speed. So it's and that's from Detective Doyle.
Okay.
So it'll be cumulative.
All right.
Thank you.
So the court is performing a 4-3 balancing test. The court is going to find that it's more probative than prejudicial. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have the jury come back in. I'm going to give the jurors instructions.
So they're set up.
There will be no questioning of the jurors. I'm going to give the jurors instructions that they are allowed to walk around the vehicles. Deputy Laura will escort the jurors around the vehicle. Nobody is allowed to speak to the jurors. The jurors are going to be instructed that they are not allowed to speak to each other. They're not allowed to make comments about what they see. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge. And Judge, I take it my objections overruled.
Yes.
Yes.
And you want to, I think you'd mentioned earlier about who's going downstairs earlier.
Yes. So I would suggest that the persons who go downstairs would be the attorneys. Of course, you're allowed to go, but you will not be walking around with the jurors. The jurors will be walking around by themselves with Deputy Laura. You will not stand on the side of the walkway where the vehicles are. You will be on the opposite side. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir.
There is to be absolutely no interaction with the jurors. I understand that sometimes emotions run high, but there are to be no showing of emotions because I want both sides to have a fair jury. Does everyone understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, and we'll bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, the judge is going to prep this. Here's what I want to do. I do have to leave. I have to pack up and go. I want to pass you over to Attorney Mike from Chicago. Mike, if you don't know who Mike is the one who I think he was the original with the goats.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Law Talk with Mike.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what's going to
case.
happen. You're going to have your lunch break, but before I give you your lunch break, Deputy Laura is going to escort you down between the two courthouses. Between the two courthouses will be vehicles. You will be allowed to walk around those vehicles and see those vehicles. You are not allowed to discuss what you are seeing with anyone. So, for example, if you're walking around a vehicle and if you see a flower, you're not to turn to the other juror and say, oh, there's a flower. There is to be no discussion, no comment whatsoever. The only thing you will be doing is walking around the vehicles to look at the vehicles. Neither the state's attorney nor the defense attorneys will speak to you. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
Right. And then after we do that, I'll have Deputy Laura bring you up, and then I'll let you take your lunch break, and we will be back at 1:45. So Deputy Laura is going to escort you. And again, no one has leave to speak to you except for Deputy Laura letting you know where you're going to be going. And do not ask her any questions about what you're seeing. Do not talk to anybody about what you're seeing. Does everyone understand? All right, so everyone please rise for the jurors.
All right, as they head out to look at the cars, we are going to we're going to step away. We're going to step away. I am going to be packing everything you see here on this desk except for this water bottle. It's pretty much going with me. So I've got to pack this up. You guys have a great weekend. I'll be back next week. I'll be back on Monday and Tuesday as we travel, but Wednesday I think will be a show as normal as my plan. So thank you. I appreciate all the well wishes in chat. Thank you for all your support. I hope you have a fantastic, fantastic weekend. Happy birthday to all the many birthdays today. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make that day just a little bit better. And please stay safe until we go live again. On the trip out west, we'll see you from my family's vacation, my workcation, I think it is. We're going to portal you over to Law Talk with Mike, who's following this same court case, so you're not going to miss anything from the trial. Mike's a great attorney from Chicago. He has a similar sense of humor than me. He says a couple things I don't, but I hope you enjoy it. So thank you very much. We'll see you guys on the other side. Bye-bye.